Welcome. Welcome to tonight's License Subcommittee meeting. My name is Councillor Mercy Ume, and I'll be chairing tonight's meeting. The meeting is being broadcast live on Council's YouTube channel. If I lose connection, Councillor Wesley Hackett will take over for me. I would like to remind all participants of a few housekeeping points. Please keep your microphone muted unless you are speaking. Please keep your camera turned on when you speak at the hearing. Please note that the chat function has been disabled. If parties wish to add any additional information other than the allocated time to speak, they must use raise hand function so that they are not missed. I also ask that members keep their questions and comments brief to the point. I now move to item 1 on agenda. Item 1, apologies for absence. No apologies for absence was received. Item 2, declaration of interests. Do members have any declaration of interest?
No, Chair.
I would like to declare a non-peculiar interest on item 3. When I served as mayor of Hammersmith and Fulham from 2014 to 2017, Chelsea Football Club made contribution to my nominated charities, Hammersmith and Fulham Food Bank and Maggie's Cancer Center. My role as mayor was a political, and I was not a trustee of any of the charities. I have considered my position and I'm not conflicted, so I will be participating in tonight's hearing. Item 3, the Rose and Ball Chelsea Football Club, Stamford Bridge Stadium, Fulham Road, London, SW6 1HS. I would like to ask every participant to introduce yourself as I call on you. Matthew.
Good evening, Chair. My name's Matthew Phipps. I'm a solicitor for Chelsea Football Club this evening, and to my left, probably your right.
Good evening, Chair. Keith Overstall, the designated premises supervisor, Chelsea Football Club.
And we're supposed to have Jonathan and Joe. Are they not here?
So they're merely observers. They are here, but they're just observing.
Okay. We have Lorna.
Present, Chair.
And we have Adrian.
Present, Chair. Thank you.
And we have Gerta.
Present, Chair. Thank you.
Objecting. Now we have James. James.
Yeah, hi, Chair. I'm James Hurst. I'm a resident of Moore Park Road, and I'm also representing Mrs. Eastman of Britannia Road.
Thank you. We have Sarah. Is she here?
Hi, Councillor. Sarah Chambers. I'm the co-chair of what Fulham Broadway Ward Panel is now Walham Grove Ward Panel.
Okay. We have Lauren.
Hi, it's Lauren Valley and David Barnett from Brompton Park Crescent as residents, and we're looking to object.
Okay, we have Min.
Yeah, hi. I'm Minchi. I'm a resident of Brompton Park Crescent looking to object.
Okay. We have Valerie. Valerie Dennis. She's not here. We have Martin. Okay, Valerie and Martin are not here. We have Garrett.
Chairman, yes, hello, good evening. I'm Gareth Hughes, barrister, representing Charlotte Dexter and the Barclay Road Association, as well as 11 other residents. I think Lorna has the list of the residents that have asked me to speak on their behalf.
Okay, in that case, shall I ask Laura to name the people that you are speaking on behalf of on their behalfs? I take it you are not speaking on behalf of Martin and Valerie, are you? Valerie Dennis?
I don't think they're in my list. I'm just going to check it now for you, Chairman.
The best for
No.
for the names to be confirmed so that we don't have duplicates. So yeah.
Okay.
Shall I tell you who I'm speaking on behalf of, Chairman?
Please do.
Yes. Ellen Lewis of Seagrave Road.
Yes.
All of these have submitted representations, incidentally. David Reeder of Brompton Park Crescent.
Yeah.
Thaddeus Bijak of Britannia Road. Dr. Eric Schmidt of Brompton PC Park Crescent. Rosalind Bishak of Britannia Road. Zara Imam Sadiq of Moore Park Road. Joe Giddon of Britannia Road. Lisa Napolitano of Berkeley Road. Maria Malas of Hillary Close, that's just adjacent to the ground. Alex Lau of Britannia Road and Laura Kennedy of Berkeley Road, as well as Charlotte Dexter, who I've mentioned. And I think Charlotte is trying to get in by Zoom. Her holiday just coincided with this, so she's in Spain. And I think she may have a weak link to us. But I know that she wanted to speak on her own behalf as well at some point. So,
I'm here, but I'm here. I'm on, but I don't have a lot of ability. So when I need to speak, I'm just going to push the button and speak. I'm sorry, but
Charlotte, because he is going to be speaking on your behalf, do you want him to speak on your behalf, or do you want to speak for yourself?
No, I want to speak for myself and for Ellen of Seagrave Road, because I have her pack of the crime statistics, which she put together. So I need to show those. And I also have some information that one Brompton Road resident wants me to speak about. So I need 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and then Gareth Hughes, the barrister, can take the rest of the time, please. We discussed that with Adrian and Lorna today. Thank you.
Chair, perhaps as a matter of clarity, we did discuss with Lorna that there are 12 people that I'm representing in total, all of whom would have 5 minutes to speak on the normal principles. Now, I'm certainly not asking for 65 minutes to address you, but given that this is a large and extensive matter, I would seek to speak for at least 15 to 20 of those 65 minutes, but certainly not the whole hour. That would be quite awful for you to contemplate. So I'll certainly speak for 15, 20 minutes if I may.
Okay, before we have to clarify this, because looking at the names I've given, you have 11 names, and Charlotte Dexter is not among them. And now Charlotte is saying she's going to be speaking on behalf of Miss Lewis. So I'm kind of confused. Can she really tell me what is going on here? So we can deduct the minutes. She's saying there's another resident.
The 11 on the list that I've just set out have asked us to speak for them.
Yeah,
Charlotte Dexter and Berkeley Road Association is actually my client, but the others have asked me to speak for them.
So, Charlotte, I'm making it that you're not going to be speaking if Mr. Hughes is going to speak on your behalf.
Excuse me. We discussed this afternoon and yesterday. So I am going to speak on the behalf of Lisa Napolitano of Berkeley Road, and on behalf of Laura Salvatore of Berkeley Road, who are not here tonight. Martin, her husband, is trying to get into the Zoom. He wrote in his original rep that he wanted me to represent him if he was unable to make it. He's in Charing Cross Hospital with a leg up on a drip, and he wants to be here. So he's trying his hardest. And if he's not here, then I will be representing him, as long as that's all right with the chair, because it's in the original rep, and Lorna knows that. So that's where the 15 minutes are. And the rest of the time is Gareth Hughes. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Okay, Lorna, please, you need to confirm all this for me now, because I haven't got that Charlotte is speaking on behalf of all those people she mentioned.
So in the original representations that people submitted, or after when they was confirming the attendance, they asked that either Charlotte or her representative would represent them. So the names mentioned have requested. So I guess it's down to your discretion whether you split the time.
So Lisa is among them, she said?
Yes. Yes.
And so is Lauren, I think.
Laura Kennedy, yes.
Yeah. Kennedy. It's not in my list. She's not in my list. Okay, Laura Kennedy. Okay, in that case,
She's number 11 on the chair's notes.
By 11, yeah. So that means that Hugh will not be speaking on behalf of her as well, because I can't give those minutes to him and minutes to Charlotte to speak. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I have to deduct 3 minutes from that, from his. Okay. In that case, let's move on. Okay, now the procedure, before we begin, I can confirm that in addition to the main agenda, supplement agendas A, B, C, D, E, and F containing additional informations were published and circulated to all parties on 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 8th of November 2023. Before we consider the application today, please, may I quickly explain the procedure the committee will follow. We will hear from the following. The licensing officer will introduce the application, the objectors, and finally the applicant. Usually, each party will address the committee for a maximum of 5 minutes, followed by presentation by all parties. The committee may ask questions of any party or other person present at the hearing, except committee members. No party has the right to ask questions of any other party at any time during the hearing. Following the presentation and questioning, each party will be allowed maximum of 3 minutes to sum up their case or representation. The committee will then retire for deliberation. Upon its return, I will announce committee's decision. As we have a number of speakers tonight, please try and avoid repetition and make your remarks as brief as possible. Can I ask the officer to present, Lorna to present the case? Okay, before then, I have Councillor Wesley to speak, please.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make reference to the paperwork which you pointed out and the dates at which it was received. The point I'm really going to make is it's quite a complicated application. There's a large number of representations, and to receive some quite detailed ones the day before doesn't really give adequate time to do some of that true justice, shall we say. I appreciate that there's no actual time limit on this, but I think it's a point that needs to be made, and certainly from your point of view as chair, needs to be fed back to the licensing people, because I think it warrants a change in the rules, because it is very, very difficult to find the time in a busy schedule to read detailed paperwork. And, we're here to do justice to both parties. And if we can't do that because of some, late arrival of details, I won't say completely destroys the process, but it's not good.
Thank you. I'll take that into consideration. I'll take that back to the licensing committee to take a decision on that, but at a later time, not tonight. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Okay. Can we have the licensing officer to introduce the case?
Thank you, Chair. On the 5th of September 2023, Matthew Phipps from TLT Solicitors submitted an application on behalf of Chelsea FC Holdings Limited, the applicant, for a new premises licence to be granted in respect of the premises known as the Rose and Ball, Chelsea Football Club, Stamford Bridge Stadium, Fulham Road, London, SW6 1HS. The premises intends to operate as a match-day hospitality suite, and the applicant has applied for a new premises licence for the sale of alcohol on the premises only and late-night refreshment indoors only. The licensable activities are the sale of alcohol on the premises only, Monday to Sundays between the hours of 10 AM till midnight. The provision of late-night refreshment indoors only, Monday to Sunday between the hours of 11 PM to midnight. and the opening hours of the premises will be Monday to Sundays between the hours of 10 a.m. till midnight. In the application, the applicant has also proposed a number of additional steps in their operating schedule to promote the 4 licensing objectives if the application is granted. The applicant has proposed that the premises will only operate on match days and will open no earlier than 3 hours before kick-off and will close no later than 90 minutes after the final whistle, notwithstanding the terminal hour, whichever is earlier. The applicant has also proposed that the licensable activities will commence no earlier than 3 hours before kick-off and terminate no later than 60 minutes after the final whistle, notwithstanding the terminal hour. The applicant has also proposed that the entrance to the Rose and Ball will be by pre-booked ticket only. On the 1st of November 2023, Matthew Phipps proposed a further 6 conditions to be added to the licence should it be minded to be granted this evening, and a copy of these conditions can be seen in supplementary agenda item A. During the consultation period, the licensing section received 42 representations objecting to the licence application. Of these representations, 1 was received from the Walham Green Ward Councillor Trey Campbell-Simon, 1 on behalf of the Barclay Road Conversation Area Neighbourhood Watch Residents Group, and 1 on behalf of the Royal Parks, and 39 from local residents. The application was advertised in alignment with the legislation. Further to the main agenda, there has also been 6 items of further supplementary agenda submitted. On the 1st of November 2023, supplementary agenda item A was published, which contained 6 proposed conditions from the applicant. On the 2nd of November 2023, supplementary agenda item B was published, which included the applicant's summary of the application and additional information from an objector. On the 3rd of November 2023, supplementary agenda item C was published, which included extra evidence from representatives and the Barclay Road Residents Association and responses to the 6 proposed conditions by the applicant. On the 6th of November 2023, supplementary agenda item D was published, which included extra evidence from the Barclay Road Residents Association. On the 7th of November 2023, supplementary agenda item E was published, which included extra evidence from the Gareth Hughes and representing residents and the Barclay Road Residents Association. And on the 8th of November 2023, supplementary agenda F was published, which included extra evidence from a representative. All documents have been circulated to all parties. Please note also that there is already a valid premises licence for this premises when it was previously used as a health club, and this licence shall be varied to only include the museum should this new licence be granted this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Now, can we have from the objectors? Can I have from James, who is representing Brian as well? So 10 minutes for James.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm representing Brian Eastman of Britannia Road, and also I have a supplementary representation in from Mrs. Lion Lee as well, which I added to the pack. Now, I think that we've all got the same objection to this, and the main issue is that our streets around Moore Park Road and Britannia Road are becoming a car park for Chelsea FC. Wealthy fans are increasingly coming with drivers for the express purposes of dodging parking restrictions. They sit in their cars with their engines idling, it spews out exhaust fumes, or they hang around on the streets, which is almost worse. The streets are blocked. Drivers grab any space available. People are reversing down Moore Park Road. It turns into essentially into a single lane road. People are reversing to try and get past. It creates a great jam, particularly outside our house, which is just in front of the Tommy Tucker public house. And it creates traffic mayhem and danger. And the problem is that all of this is also aggravated, I mean, particularly recently, by VIP visits from the King of Spain. And I know there's quite a bit of this in the pack, and also Kamala Harris's husband. And they come along with their entourages and their security details. And last week, I think Britannia Road, according to Mrs. Lion Lee, was blocked for 2 hours plus by the Vice President husband's security detail. Now, had they, and I think this is the point, had those VIPs been invited to a post-match shindig at the Rosen Ball, then that 2 hours would have been 3.5 hours, or maybe even 3 hours in advance. And I think that's the problem. The Rosen Ball is compounding an already existing nuisance that CFC ought to address. This is 660 people remaining in the area afterwards, and these people, they're wealthy patrons. They're going to be paying £280, and they're the exact sort of people who, common sense just dictates that they're going to be the exact sort of people who are going to be using the chauffeurs to dodge the parking restrictions and to create the mayhem and to drive to the match and not to use the public transport. I'd also like to just raise a short issue, because the whole application itself seems to me totally disingenuous, because we don't even know whether the premises can lawfully be used for the purposes covered for the proposed license, because there's a separate planning application out there, and Chelsea are seeking to strip the community of a benefit, namely a sports club, and they're seeking to replace it with a drinking den for wealthy patrons. Now, that needs planning scrutiny, and I'm no expert, but I do know that under LBHF's own policy, and also under the Section 182 guidance, that planning and licensing need to be acting together when two applications are made pretty much simultaneously, to agree conditions and to actually sort things out. So this whole licensing issue seems disingenuous, and it seems like gamesmanship on behalf of CFC to get what they want in advance of proper scrutiny from the planning committee. And I know planning and licensing are separate, but essentially here particularly they're rooted in the exact same issues, and therefore I would say that this license ought to be rejected at least until it's been scrutinized properly by planning. Planning should come first here. This is a community benefit that's been stripped from Fulham. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Can I have Sarah Chambers to speak? Sarah? 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much for the time. I'm lodging an objection to this application.
Sarah, please, do you mind if we see your face? Is that okay? Because
I turn the camera on. Sorry. Is that, yeah, great. I'm lodging an application, an objection to the application as the co-chair of Walham Green Ward Panel, which used to be Fulham Broadway Ward Panel. As many of you know, we meet on a quarterly basis where ward panels exist across the whole of London, and we discuss crime and antisocial behaviour with the police, with the council, with councillors. And it's not just residents, it's local businesses, it's faith groups, etc. Previously, Chelsea Football Club was outside our remit. It is now within our remit geographically since last summer. We have been working for many years with, as I say, with various different organisations and looking at the data to try and improve the neighbourhood, not necessarily spend money, but how can we tweak things to make things better for the residents? We scrutinise the crime data and the antisocial behaviour, and the recurrent theme, which Chelsea are aware of because Mr. Overstall used to attend ward panel meetings, then had a break for several years, and now as part of the Chelsea engagement process is attending the meetings again. He is very well aware that we have huge problems with urination, defecation, littering, drugs being consumed, etc. All around the, it doesn't actually happen on the footprint of Chelsea because fans wouldn't do that, but it's outside the footprint. We have asked numerous times for Chelsea to put in portaloos This still hasn't happened. I've also asked for it at the residents' meetings that I've been attending. I've also been in email dialogue with Mr. Overstall and others about this. The Portaloos have not appeared. This would really help on the antisocial behaviour, the defecation, the littering. We need extra stewards. We have asked numerous times for Chelsea to employ stewards to be positioned outside the Oswald Stole and also outside Samuel Lewis, which is an estate which is only about 5 minutes walk, but the existing marshals don't go that far. Chelsea keeps saying that they're going to look into this, but they haven't put any mitigating measures in to deal with this antisocial behaviour and with the crime. And with the thought of another 660 people coming out, and up to an hour and a half after a game is finished, this is just going to make the situation worse. We have spoken with the police. I have spoken with Chief Inspector Simon Brooker of the Central Football Unit for the Met Police and asked that they have officers stay on for longer after the end of a game, but they're only allowed to stay for 1 hour after the game. And the thought of having more people milling around who presumably, if they've been drinking for 3 hours before the match, possibly drinking during the half time and then after the match, it's just going to exacerbate the problems as other people have referred to. And I also have to put my hand up and say that I used to be a member of the sports club, which was used by a wide number of local residents. It was a much loved facility. And I think that it should be staying as a facility. As Mr. Hurst earlier said, Chelsea haven't yet received planning permission or applied for a change to the planning permission to change this building from a sports club to a hospitality venue. We're very keen to work with Chelsea. I think residents have a pride in the club. It's a local feature. We love the club. We go to games at the club, but Chelsea needs to work a lot harder with residents to tackle the existing issues before we add another 660, quite possibly inebriated people to the mix. Thank you. You're on mute, Councillor. Sorry.
Sorry. Lorraine Valued. So can you speak for 5 minutes, please?
Yes, of course. So I'm a resident of Brompton Park Crescent, and we actually reside right next to the boundary wall, and at the other side, that's where the current health club and where the provision will be made. So it's really concerning for us. As other residents who are local have said, we're exposed already to antisocial behaviour. There's lots of nuisance such as irresponsible parking, congestion, rowdy fans, disturbance, noise, and there's just enough disturbance already without another late night facility or a weekend provision that's going to be involved in the sale of alcohol. For me, as you can see, I've got a young baby that I was trying to appease a minute ago. A venue this type is really going to be detrimental to their quality of sleep. Like living right next to the boundary wall, we've already got the noise up till 10 o'clock if it's a Champions League or European match. So having something else like that there, especially if there's 600 odd patrons that are going to be leaving late at night, that's really, really concerning for us.
Special events.
Or any sort of special event where it's a late night licensing. And bearing in mind as well, even if it's on a weekend or earlier the match, noise can travel considerably. We've got children that might be studying. We might have residents who just want to have some quiet, peaceful time. And we do have that right as well. So I'm concerned that it's going to have a big impact in well-being and the mental health of the residents, especially our children. There's also that scope for the usage to increase. I mean, it really depends on the success of the club and the season, doesn't it? How far they progress through the tournaments and the championships. Like last year, there was loads of matches. Okay, they haven't qualified this year for Europe, but it just depends. Women's football's taken off. Are we going to have more matches there where there's going to be hospitality? The aggression from the site is a concern because if there's 600 patrons leaving approximately at midnight after a late night complimentary bar, depending how the match goes. Are we going to have a lot of noise then? That's going to be really disturbing for us. Lots of residents have mentioned crime. I had read that the proposals from the applicant to mitigate those concerns that was sent through as an appendix recently. For instance, one of the suggestions was the Ask Angela initiative and, you know, the drug policies. To be honest, I would have expected those robust policies to be in place there anyway. I kind of felt that that was almost paying lip service to some of the concerns and the oppositions that we had. Like, surely those are club-wide policies that you already have for all the other different hospitality events and sort of facilities that are there. I also feel that for security personnel, it's not enough for 600 people. What if there's a crisis situation, fire alarms, something violent or disorderly behaviour? If that takes place, how are 4 personnel going to cope with that until the police arrive? So ultimately, for me, mainly it's the noise and the disturbance. And I just feel that we've got enough problems that we aren't engaging with the club to sort out already within the local environment before we start including anything else. I know, David, you, my partner, feels the same way about it as well.
Yes, and I've got a quick question. I'm a consultant for the freeholder of Brompton Park Crescent, and with our property management company, we try to find out if the trustee or our freeholder, which I work for, had received any notice about this.
This is quite important because, like Councillor Wesley Harcourt said, we found out about this the day before the deadline to submit an opposition.
Yes,
we were actually given. We were going through quite a difficult time with the pregnancy, and we had no time to properly look at all the paperwork and even submit proper evidence.
You cannot ask any questions, please. Remember that.
Okay.
And,
oh, sorry.
Well, it would be good to engage with us. It's affecting 150 flats in Brompton Park Crescent, and they're all between 20 and 100 meters from.
And I'm not sure. I don't know whether your name is on the list of people that will be speaking. I thought it's Lauren, your wife, could have said all the things.
We were not contacted. That's true. The management agency, the freeholder, the trustee were not contacted.
I think it just reiterates what Councillor Harcourt said, that there wasn't really enough consultation or even notice. And I think for people like me who, you know, I was unable to leave the home, and I had gestational diabetes and I was in hospital. I know that other members like Charlotte, I think Dexter said that she's trying to speak on behalf of somebody who was in hospital. It's quite a complex case. There was one document 250 pages long. How the hell was I supposed to look at that and give evidence back in this time scale? I just want
you. I think your 5 minutes is up already. I think you may be up.
Well, thank you for giving
and please, I don't think Councillor Wesley has something to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, my point was about receipt of the papers for this application. I was not making any comment about paperwork that had gone out by the applicants to local residents or not. That's part of this stuff that's submitted, and it may well be areas that we discuss and ask questions about at a later point. But just want to be clear, I am not making any comment about.
And I would say, can you put it back on?
Okay. I'm sorry, you cannot. You cannot.
Councillor, you're on mute.
I can ask Adrian to say something about what you said when the time comes. During the question time, we're going to ask him about how the how the notification was sent out to people. So we'll do that when the time comes, but not now. So I'm going to ask Mingin to speak, and she has 5 minutes.
Hi. So I'm also another resident at Brompton Park Crescent. I won't repeat too much of what's already been said by Lauren, but I just want to emphasize that so my position, I've recently just purchased a property. What was attractive about this property is because it is very peaceful. If anyone's come into Brompton Park Crescent before, you'll see that it's even though we're right behind Chelsea Stadium, which is where I exactly face, like Lauren said, I'm about 20 to 100 meters from the premises in question. Because it's the back of the stadium, the noise is tolerable just about on games days, and then the moment it's over, we're back to a peaceful oasis within central London, which was a huge selling point of the property for me. The idea, and like now, for example, I can't hear anything once I close the windows. I don't even feel like I'm in London. Like I said, that's a huge, unique point about Brompton Park Crescent that in my property search, I struggled to find anywhere else in central London, zone 1, zone 2. If this application goes ahead, and again, I reiterate everything I've already heard, the fact that there's a planning application side to this question as well. If this application goes ahead, it will significantly change the atmosphere and the nature of this property. Like this development, it's not a development that faces the high street. I've lived on such properties before. You hear rowdy behavior, people, laughing, being drunk, making merry. And that's fine for those properties because that's the price that you pay, either in like reduced rent or reduced property prices. But the premium that this property enjoys, which I think it's valuable for the area, I think it needs to be maintained. That's for my experience, especially as a resident facing the back of the stadium. But I also do echo everything else that everyone else has said about the additional externalities that are caused by the activity. So the parking issue, the nuisance in the area with the urination and the defecation, that's not something. Firstly, already knowing that there have not been many mitigating measures put into place, that's already a problem. And secondly, we all know that aside, this society such that the sheer volume of the number of people will mean more work for our policemen and more problems when our, not when inevitably, not every single crime or antisocial behavior is caught in time. And I don't personally see the huge value of introducing such premises here when even though it's ticketed, it will still be large numbers of people coming out at very late times when there are other options in the area for people to have refreshments. I don't really see what's the benefit of this exercise other than profit. I don't see how it benefits the community. I only see negatives, and especially for someone who's just bought into the property recently and analyzed this property in comparison with so many other properties in London, I think it would be a significant to the significant detriment of Brompton Park Crescent as a community, to Fulham as a community, and to the broader.
I think your time is
London.
up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Valerie to speak. 5 minutes. Valerie. Dennis. Okay. Again, I have to ask Martin to speak. 5 minutes you have, Martin. Martin Band, yeah?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I live in Barclay Road, which is fairly near the stadium, just off Fulham Broadway. But I guess my unique at this meeting is that I'm a Chelsea season ticket holder, and I've watched the progression of the club over the last 3 or 4 years with great interest. And my objection contains many of the things that other residents have said: singing, aggressive chanting, continued drinking, etc. The idea that several hundred further oiled up fans are going to improve the situation or even keep it neutral is fantasy, as far as I can see. There, I hesitate to use emotive language, but the security and antisocial behavior situation is the result of many years of negotiation between the club itself, the residents, the police, etc., and the format of having Fulham Broadway closed off, the level of police control, the number of stewards involved, the horses, you name it, the shutting of the tube or changing of the format at the entrance of the tube. All of those things have been very carefully calibrated to set a level of consideration between the residents and the club. And I don't think that anything that changes that balance can possibly be thought of as a good idea. This will definitely correspond. This will definitely increase the level of drunkenness, antisocial behavior, yes, by 650 people as opposed to 40,000 people. You could say, oh, it's a drop in the bucket. But when keeping the peace is as highly balanced as it is, we really don't want any change to that. And it has worked for decades. Why now this level of additional concern? Well, from my point of view, why is that because Todd Bowley and his consortium members spent £4.5 billion to buy this club, and they absolutely have to maximize investment. Clear Lake, their backers, will be expecting a return on that, and they are, from a business point of view, they are doing quite sensibly everything they can to sweat the assets, to have entertainment. We've seen proposals to have entertainment there. We've seen all kinds of proposals, and one of this and this one is to take a previously much loved sporting facility, turn it into a drinking venue, and make more money. Now that suits for people to pay hundreds of pounds to be able to drink, when in fact you can't drink very much at all within the stadium. Within the current bounds of the stadium, drinking is not allowed in the stands. If you go for a drink at halftime, you have to finish it by the time you get back to your seat. There's actually a very small level of drunkenness, and that is somewhat surprising at a football match. Now you're going to take a select group of people who've paid a lot of money for a package involving considerable drinking, and have them be able to drink for many times the amount that the average fan can drink. Effectively, at halftime, they can drink for 15 minutes. This proposal gives them an additional 90 minutes, which is 6 times that.
I'm afraid, Martin, your time is up. Sorry, thank you. Now we have Garrett Hughes. Garrett, could you tell me how many people you are speaking on behalf? Because I have Charlotte saying she's going to speak on behalf of other people, so I can give the time equally.
Yeah, yes, she is proposing to speak before me. I was going to end as sort of the coda to the whole thing. I intend to speak on behalf of the 11 in the list. But I won't take the 65 minutes, but I'll certainly need 15, 20 minutes at least.
Okay, Charlotte, you are going to be speaking, so I will give both of you 60 minutes, including following all the names. There are 12 names, including yours, so that is 60 minutes. So you can divide this time with Garrett. So is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
That's fine. Of course, we don't know how long the applicant is going to take. If the applicant takes 2 hours, then we might require something similar to that. But at the moment, I'm not anticipating speaking for more than 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. So, Charlotte, as I said, you have 12 of you, so I'm allowing all of you 60 minutes. So you divide that time with Garrett. So.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes. All right. I'd like to first of all, to Councillor Harcourt, we did write an apology on Friday to the three committee members, saying that we were overwhelmed with, we as residents were overwhelmed with the 238 pages of information, especially those pages regarding the lack of all sorts of information about the building, about its permissions, about its timings, and so on. And we realized, a core of residents realized at that point, we have to hire a barrister. So by the time we hired the barrister and paid what we needed to pay.
Charlotte, please, can we have,
Yes.
can we see, you have to put your camera on so we can see you. Hope you don't mind.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, the committee knows what I look like. Councillor Harcourt knows what I look like. You do too. I can't work my phone correctly. I'm in Spain. I'm lucky that I have Wi-Fi. I'm doing my best. I'm very sorry, but this time you won't see me. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do with my phone. I have an iPhone 12 phone. I don't know what to do. At least you can hear me. Is that all right? Can you please accept that?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I just want to say that we wrote an apology because we knew that by Friday, when we had instructed the barrister that he would need the weekend to do the work, and that we would be putting something in on Monday or Tuesday. So we apologize profusely that the case from the barrister came in at noon on Tuesday. I apologize profusely for that. We didn't know what else to do. And we talked to Adrian and to Lorna, the licensing authority, and we did our best. We're just residents. That's all we are. We're just what Fulham is. We're residents. Okay, I'd like to, and I hope you accept that, Councillor Harcourt. I hope you do. I'd like to bring your attention to, the agenda pack on, the agenda pack D, the supplemental agenda item 7, supplemental agenda D. And on page 3 and 4, I explained to you my site visit last Saturday before the Brentford game. And I hope you've had time to skim over that. The point that I really want to make here is that back in 1993, 4, and 5, when there were discussions about expanding the stands and the need for more space and so on, the decisions taken at that time, if I read them correctly, were that if Chelsea wanted height, more depth, more breadth, more width, more entertainment space, they needed to come up with a better concept. So they came up with this Chelsea Village concept. Chelsea Village would add to the community. It would open up the grounds for times outside of match times so that people in the community would have a bit more of embracing, Chelsea beyond the matches. Okay, so it's our home team. We love Chelsea. There's no problem there. So one of the big ideas was to attract to the Fulham Broadway regeneration zone at that time, and it's still a regeneration town center now, under regeneration. A lot of effort is put in by the council, by the cabinet. Thank you, Councillor Harcourt, who was on the cabinet, for those of you who don't know that. The idea was to bring in things that would help the community and help Fulham Broadway grow. So that's why we have a hotel there. That's why we have an annex to the hotel, which was supposed to be office space, but it was decided finally to have an annex to the hotel. That's why we have some restaurants there. That's why we have a museum to attract the fans, to attract tourists, to attract anybody that loves Chelsea from all over the world. That's why we have a health club. And the health club was put in place for the locals. There were concessions. The vision was to invite schools to swim there, and especially to use what is an amazing running track along the perimeter on the first floor with neoprene. It's state of the art. It's amazing. And these were all the ideas that came into being for the Chelsea Village that we know today. And now the question is, and that's why I did my own site visit again. I've been down there many times, of course. I realized for the first time why this building, this museum on the left side and the health club on the right side of this one building, very few windows or anything because not needed, right? It's way in the furthest corner of the curtilage of Chelsea Football Club. Why is it way down in the furthest corner? Because that's the most sensitive corner. That's where Brompton Park is, the Royal Parks. They made a representation. They were a bit confused, but their concern is noise and wildlife and all the things that thousands of people want when they walk through and use Brompton Park and the cemetery and so on. And so also the museum. A museum doesn't make a lot of noise, right? So we have something that's way down in the corner, and across from it were these Brompton Park Crescent houses, which were built before these buildings on Chelsea Village were built. So they had to take all that into consideration. And there's a lot of information in the packs tonight and the supplementals, which show the inspectorate's decision. The inspectorate said it must be closed at 10 o'clock at night. So that's the framework hours for that building. The fact that it has licenses for other things, another matter. The inspectorate said he was very concerned, as the councillors at that time had been concerned, that there wasn't enough space there. There's no pavement. It's very narrow. You know, 2 fire engines just about can pass each other if there's an emergency. It's very sensitive, very, very, very sensitive area from a public safety standpoint and so on. So we're very disappointed that Chelsea really hasn't listened to our concerns in this application. For instance, we've said, well, where's the smoking area? How are you going to have a smoking area, which you're required almost sort of not by law, I don't know if you are by law, but where are you going to have it? 5 to 10% of people, 60 people standing outside, you know, at night, especially making a lot of noise, especially if Chelsea wins. Everybody's happy. Everybody's excited. Everybody's having a party out on the pavement. Where are they going to do that? The only place they can do it is to the right. If you go down there to the right, what's behind the right? All these houses, all these flats. Well, someone just said 150. I was told by the Residents Association it's close to 300 flats, actually. So this doesn't make sense to us. We need to protect that amenity. Okay, then the other concern is what happens outside and how people get there. Now, several people have mentioned that already. And we've put in the pack, in the supplemental, only last week, the Vice Presidents of the United States husband, the second gentleman of the USA, he's called, was there with unbelievably a police escorted convoy. A police escorted convoy. I mean, the police are complicit in using our roads for Chelsea's fans and Chelsea's VIP people. So some corporate person paid £10,000 for the VIP to come along, or Mr. Bowley paid it himself. It'll be somewhere in a record somewhere. And there he was. And he had all these people, and we've shown you the pictures of each of the vans, and the USA license plates are treated, so they're just white. You can't even take pictures of them. And we feel very lucky that this happened last week, because the committee can now see evidence, proof that this is what's going on. This is what's going on our roads. And it happens down in Barclay Road as well. Barclay Road is just off the Broadway, where the first road that people can get into, when Fulham Road is cut off for 5.5 hours. Fulham Road is cut off now, 2.5 before the match, and another 2 or even 2.5 after the match. So, okay, that's fine. We live there. We put up with that. It's not the way it was when I moved here. But, things change. Public safety is very important. So we understand that. But we have VIPs come into our road, and they make colonnades. They take up our parking spaces. They double park. They move back and forth. They wait. They move again. They idle. They're, none of them are electric vehicles. It's a huge problem that isn't being addressed, and it won't be addressed short term. And that's why this application really, it needs to be thought of in a way that the committee realizes the impact on residents. And your licensing policy states so clearly again and again that residents are tantamount to everything that goes on under the 4 licensing objectives. And I've pointed that out. I'm not going to repeat it. There's too much paperwork. But the thing is, unless we put this paperwork in, this is the evidence. With no evidence, you, as the committee, cannot take a decision. So it's kind of a rock and a hard place where we have to bring all the evidence that we can to your doorstep and ask you to consider it and challenge you to use it under the 4 licensing objectives so that we don't have more problems. Now, I'd like to bring your attention to, in the original agenda pack on page 234, there's a schedule of the Chelsea hospitality areas that the Levy Company services. And they show on there how many covers they have on these 26 different venues. And it's 5,429 covers that they take care of on a big match day. Now, if you add 600 or 660 to that, that's adding 12.5% more to all those people. So if the other night, the vice president's husband was there, and then we had other people in other roads and other people in Barclay Road, I mean, we're just adding to the problem. I don't see how you're decreasing our problems at all. So that's a big thing. I also I've pointed out in here I also, on page 26 and 27 of the original agenda pack, very interesting to see the original decision of the council to not allow this museum and museum and a health club, not because they didn't want it, but because of the traffic problem, because the road is so narrow down there that they actually rejected it. As everybody knows, later it went to appeal, and the inspectorate decided that there were ways to get around this and to help the village concept be developed. And therefore, he very specifically, we've redlined it, he very specifically said this building has to close at 10 o'clock at night and at 9:30 on Sundays, and it must not have any cars in front of it, and it must not this, and it must not that. So all of that's in the written format, and you have all of that to lean on as you take this decision. And the conditions, those are on page 5 and 6 of supplemental D, where he went on to say when the running track could be used so that it wouldn't bother people on Brompton Crescent. It could only be used until 8 o'clock at night. He went on to talk about how it couldn't be occupied at certain times. He even said which decibel levels could be used, which are very, very low decibel levels. So we hope, Chelsea's not going to come back and ask for music licenses and so on. So we've set out quite a bit here. Councillor Harcourt is correct. There's just too much evidence. There's so much evidence to go through, but maybe we should just kind of leave it at that and say the police. I did want to make one point that the police clearly didn't have any idea about the actual framework hours of the inspectorate of 2200. They didn't even have the idea of on page 202 of the agenda pack. Mr. Phipps gave us page 205, excuse me. He gave us it was called the match day operations overview of the Rose and Bowl venue. He gave us that at page 2. And then on page 205, right there in their venue operations and control under 2.3, it says the premises should close at 2300 Monday to Saturday and 2200 on Sundays. and he's applied for, midnight. And first he applied for 1 o'clock and agreed with the police that it be 12, so that the police aren't here tonight to help us. We've set out a whole crime package for you to see, and I don't know. Last time we did this, a committee member said, "Where are the police? I mean, they need to speak to these crime statistics." So we've put them together. I could go through them, but I have the feeling that maybe it's not that appropriate tonight to go through them in great detail. They are there. They're all in living color. We gave you a picture of where Brompton Park Crescent houses, flats are, literally almost within reach. I mean, I felt like I could almost reach them myself when I was down there on my site visit. In the end, I would conclude by saying, perhaps this application is some sort of starting point. It doesn't meet a lot of basic needs that people have already talked about. And it's certainly for the wrong building at the wrong time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. Now, can I ask Gareth Hughes to speak on behalf of others? So I think you have 40 minutes, but you said you can take it in 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I hope that you have a copy. Well, I know you have a copy of my case summary in front of you and your colleagues, and that essentially is the case for Mrs. Dexter of Berkeley Road Association and other residents on whose half we're speaking. So I think that's the main point. And I would invite you to look at that document, Chair. I'm not going to go through that document in any detail tonight. It's in front of you, and I know you've read it, but I would commend it to you. I'm just going to highlight some issues from it, really. And I would also like to thank the licensing staff as well, and the team, Lorna, for putting together supplementals at the last minute. You've heard Mrs. Dexter's comments about why that was done, but Lorna and the team have been fantastic in putting the supplementals together. So thank you to them for that. I'm minded to say that here we are again, Chairman, in yet another one of these applications for Chelsea Football Club. Just a few short months ago, we were here before on one adjourned hearing in respect of a marquee application not too far from this health centre, the health club, a few hundred metres away actually, which was a proposal to have a marquee erected on the concourse for about 400 people until 1 o'clock in the morning, with music and dancing, so on and so forth. And there was a lot of opposition to that one, as well as to a concourse application which was put in at about the same time. And both of those were subsequently withdrawn. And now we're back with Chelsea having a third bite of the cherry, as it were. Now, why were those other two applications withdrawn? Mr. Phipps indicated in his email of the, I think it was the 23rd of May, but it was in May at some point, that Chelsea had listened to the residents. They were cognizant of the views of the residents during that whole process of those two other applications. They were in listening mode now, and they were aware, of course, of the issues that had been raised on those two other applications, where a lot of residents put in opposition again, relating primarily to the traffic issues, which you've heard about, Chair, from the residents. And I'm not going to go into the detail. The residents know best about that than me. The drunkenness in the streets, the antisocial behaviour and crime and disorder, and so on. So we're led to ask, well, what happened between then and now, because we're here again on yet another application with, of course, all the same problems existing now as existed then, and why there was so much opposition to those two applications before. And now you have, again, 40-odd residents, two residents' associations, the Royal Parks group, all complaining about this application. Well, we've moved clearly from the marquee operation for 400 people on the concourse further down now into the health club. And it's not a former health club, it still has planning permission as a health club in a community space. and it exists as such, and as someone has said, there is a planning application in to change various conditions on the planning permission so that it no longer has to be used in that way and can accommodate this facility that they're seeking in this application. But that marquee application before was all about music and dancing at 1 o'clock in the morning and 400 people, and it was going to be very, very noisy, particularly for Hillary Close residents, whom I'm representing one here today, Britannia Road and all the roads immediately around the club. So now we've got a larger premises, which you're being asked to consider, for 660 people this time, not 400. So we've had a 50% increase in the numbers of individuals. Primarily here, not for music and dancing anymore. That part of the application for the marquee has gone. This is for the sale of alcohol and for a food operation. And we've seen the menu, it's in front of you, the prospective menu, the example menu, if you like, for, I suppose, buffet food and so on, which looks quite nice, but it will be a buffet-led. It's not the major sit-down venue that we were talking about in the marquee. And therefore, it seems to me and to the residents that the sale of alcohol, or the supply of alcohol in this case, will be the main driving force here of this operation. So we're looking at the consumption of alcohol, because don't forget, these people who are in there have already paid for a ticket, as it were, to enter at the very cheapest rate of £280 to get in. So we're looking at the consumption of alcohol for 3 hours before a game commences. And then, of course, when they go in, there's no drink inside the ground, but as one of the residents has said, there will, of course, be the opportunity to have drinks at the half-time break. And then, of course, another 90 minutes of consumption of alcohol when the final whistle is blown. So the major crowds will disappear, but these venues will continue in operation post-match. And so the point to be made, I think, is the residents who are accustomed to Chelsea Football Club operating here, and you've heard many of them express keen support for the club, and it's an iconic venue. It's a very historic club, and I think everybody recognises they're living next to a very active, vibrant Premier League football club. And indeed, a few of the residents have indicated they have season tickets. I think Mr. Banley had done that already. But they still have issues with the club and the way it manages itself, particularly on these kind of after-match events and the ones pre-match as well, with the noise, the traffic, as you've heard, and the crowds hanging around and so on and so forth. And now we're looking at some 660 extra people drinking for those 3 hours. Many other bars, of course, around the venue as well, operating, as Mrs. Dexter said. And there are lots of licensed premises, of course, outside the ground in this area, along Fulham Road and Fulham Broadway. And many of those premises, when they have a license, as if to highlight the problems here with match day crowds, have what you call, I suppose, the match day football conditions on them, on their licenses, which includes, for instance, plastic glass for 3 hours before a match and 3 hours after, no drinking outside. That's more in breaching the undertaking than the observance, but the extra door staff go on the day for 3 hours before and 3 hours after. There's none of that proposed, of course, within this application in front of you. No match day conditions here. So all of these are recognised problems. It's significant, I think, that many of the fans at the end of a game will gravitate out towards Fulham Road and Fulham Broadway. We've got 40,000 fans in there to begin with. And even if 95% of them go home via the tube station or by bus or any other way, a significant number still remain behind. Hence the conditions on all the licenses in this area and the police issues with them. So even if a mere 5% remain behind, that means you've got possibly 2,000, but certainly many hundreds of people who remain around after the game. And now we're proposing, of course, to add more to this by this extra facility as well. Now, they'll be paying £280 up to £670, depending what gradation of match it is, effectively for all you can drink in the time giving. And that will certainly, we say, add to the problems in this area. So they've put in a document, which I think is the rose and ball document that's in front of you in the papers, where they set out gradations of fee for this particular premises that they're proposing. And they range from £280 per ticket to £675 on a gradation from, I think, D up to AAA. One imagines AAA might be semi-finals of Champions League or so on, and then down through Premiership games, Women's League games, and so on, and minor games below that, perhaps. But on each occasion, on estimate, Chelsea are going to be clawing in 185,000 to 462,000 on the sales of the tickets, depending what kind of a match it is. And of course, the customers are also going to want to get their money's worth, because if you've paid £280, if you paid £670 for a ticket for all you can drink, then you're almost certainly want to take advantage of that offer. And we say drink as much as you can in the time given. I was thinking last night, Chair, that this could be regarded almost as an irresponsible drinks promotion. As you'll be aware, there are mandatory conditions attached on many licenses, well, all licenses up and down the land that are granted, which of course committees have no discretion on. They're attached anyway. And one of those conditions talks about an irresponsible drinks promotion, and it describes them as provision of unlimited or unspecified quantities of alcohol for a fixed or discounted fee. Now, here we have, say, £280, for example, to the public or a group in a manner which carries a significant risk of undermining the licensing objectives. So whether that's an irresponsible drinks promotion or not, we still say that it is an offering which can encourage a heck of a lot of drinking because people have paid a significant amount of money. I mean, they're not going to pay £280 to have 2 glasses of wine, that's for sure. So how can the committee be assured then, and assure yourselves, that this drunkenness will not happen as we've just described here? Because we're told, in effect, that from those operational figures there, it's going to happen. Look at the brochure. And at page 13 of their brochure, Chair, they refer to what is called a welcome drink as customers arrive. They talk then about a complimentary bar within the premises, so all you can drink in the time given. Then there'll be an adjournment as people going to see the match, and they'll get a seat there with a comfortable seat, probably more comfortable than the others. And there may be some drinking at half time, which is perfectly permissible. And then they're told that there will be a complimentary drink when they come off after the game, and there'll be a consumption of alcohol for another 90 minutes, all of which, of course, they paid for on their ticket. That on top of the half-time drinks as well. So they're spending a lot of money to have what our view is no limits drinking, and there are certainly no conditions proposed to address this issue. And if there were conditions proposed that customers should be limited to a few pints of beer or a bottle of wine at least, then that surely would diminish the offer to their customers. So it's almost non-stop drinking for about 6 hours. Then they leave. A percentage, as we said, will go to the Fulham Broadway and take advantage of the other licensed premises, or wandering around the side streets, as you've heard evidence for, looking for taxis and perhaps their limousines as well, which are causing chaotic circumstances, as you've seen on the evidence in Berkeley Road when the Vice President's husband arrived the other evening. Mr. Phipps has said, of course, there's a premises license already in place at the premises, which we know about, but it must be remembered that that license has existed probably for some years and was an adjunct to the health club facility, which runs in there. So not a full-time bar, a facility to provide for the sale of alcohol, perhaps to those who are in the bar, and the occasional bit of entertainment on the ground floor there. But this, of course, is now a proposal to step up from the ground floor to the first floor for this health club. And we've had references here, Chair, and your own planning officer has put in documentation to this application that in planning terms, of course, it is still very much a health club and a community facility. That is to be argued out perhaps in another forum in planning. But what is clear at the moment is that it certainly doesn't have a regular bar use, and that has to be determined elsewhere. But you need to have regard to that, as your own policy indicates that you must. in reaching a decision, and Hammersmith and Fulham make it quite clear that they would like to see planning permission in place for the licensable activities that are being requested. So this brings me now to the case summary I've put in. And as I said, I don't intend to look at that in great detail, but on the cumulative impact point, I just want to draw your attention to paragraph 8 of my summary. And I hope that you have that in front of you. I think it may be in supplemental bundle E, I think, but Lorna will correct me if I'm wrong. At paragraph E there, I've dealt with the cumulative impact assessment that was conducted by the council last year in the middle of 2022. And now that was an assessment that was done, I think, as the old licensing policy for Hammersmith and Fulham was coming to its natural end in 2021-22. And as you'll be aware, there's now a statutory requirement that you conduct a cumulative impact assessment in order to inform whether you should have a cumulative impact zone in your area. And of course, there had always been, for the last 13 years, a cumulative impact zone around Fulham, Broadway, right up to Chelsea Football Club. It was the Fulham Town Centre cumulative impact zone. And so to inform themselves, the council undertook this exercise. And I've just quoted in paragraph 8 of my summary a paragraph from that report, which states the following, and it's the bold writing there in paragraph 8. The data shows some indication that the issues in Fulham Town Centre in terms of antisocial behaviour, public order and violence and sexual crimes has continued and to an extent possibly increased despite some easing off during the pandemic. In terms of noise complaints, the data shows those complaints for Fulham Town Centre are more prevalent for residents late at night and in the early hours of the morning. So that's a document which I've also put in the documents if you want to read it fully, but I'm sure you and colleagues will be aware of it. But that's the paragraph I wanted to refer to specifically from that assessment. And moving on to paragraph 9 of my paper, I've referred there to the previous licensing policy, which was relevant, I think, up until 2022, which had a cumulative impact policy in place for Fulham Town Centre. And in the bold writing there, I think that's the appropriate paragraph that I want to use from the policy. It says that the Fulham Town Centre has been identified as being adversely affected in terms of the licensing objectives because of the cumulative impact of the concentration of drink-led premises. There is evidence that the cumulative impact includes serious problems of crime disorder, public nuisance. Having regard to the evidence, the licensing authority has been satisfied that it's appropriate and necessary to include an approach to cumulative impact. And so there you have the cumulative impact zone, which effectively was in place, as I said, from 2009 right up to 2022. Now, that cumulative impact zone wasn't restored because I think it was the view that when they ran the cumulative impact assessment in 2022, there had been, of course, a period of 2 years of lockdown with the pandemic, and a lot of premises had just not been operating. Nearly all of them had not been operating for one reason or another. Some had outside drinking, but there wasn't the full range of offers that we'd had before pandemic. So a lot less people around. And so the evidence that they would have needed to inform them as to whether there should be a revised new cumulative impact zone policy just simply wasn't there. And hence, as in many areas across the country, the zone wasn't renewed. But of course, we say that all those same problems are still there as were ever there. So now the existing guidance, which has just been issued in August 2023, the Section 182 guidance of the Act, this is a paragraph 11 of my summary, does allow you, however, to look at cumulative impact in your area, regardless of whether there's a policy or not. And it makes it quite clear in that paragraph that the absence of a cumulative impact policy does not prevent any responsible authority, which is you today, or other person making representations on an application for the grant or a variation of the license on the grounds that the premises will give rise to a negative cumulative impact on one or more of the licensing objectives. And as if to enhance that, of course, your own policy, your current policy, 2022 to 27, goes on in paragraph 12 of my document, those last two paragraphs there in bold. Any responsible authority or other person, residents, may object to applications for new premises licenses on the grounds that the premises will have a negative cumulative impact in the area in question on one or more of the 4 licensing objectives, see section 1A2. In determining an application where there has been a relevant representation, the licensing authority will, where appropriate, take into account the cumulative effect of the number, type, and density of licensed premises already existing in the area. And of course, those are all still there in Fulham Broadway and Fulham Road, the town centre area. Consideration will be given to the proximity to any drug and alcohol treatment site, accident emergency departments, etc. Applicants need to make the case, this is Chelsea Football Club, with respect, need to make the case for how they would not increase further problems for residents, clients nearby. And in our respectful submission today, that, Chairman, has not been done. Now, I'm coming to the end of my remarks, so I'm going to be well within the time you've given to me. So the problems are all still there. And we say that this application for 660 people will contribute to these problems that already exist. Of that is, I think there can be no doubt. Certainly the unlimited drinks that they're going to be entitled to have in there will almost certainly lead to higher levels of intoxication. And we say there are already enough such premises in the area anyway, offering those facilities. Noise and antisocial behaviour are still abundant in the area. Look at the assessment from 2022. That's not going to be better in the last year. And the traffic issues are very significant for these residents. You've heard what they've had to say. Certainly somewhere like Britannia Road, which comes out opposite the main gates of the club. It's a gated road, Chair. I don't know if you know Britannia Road, but it's gated at the Fulham Road end. And that effectively means that all the traffic to get in there has to go around the back routes and come in the other way. And the traffic then moves into Britannia Road, right up to the gate. And what residents have pointed out is that they then park in the middle of the street, which often makes it very difficult at any time of the day to get out when there are all these cars blocking the way. And then, of course, they all have to reverse. That's a serious safety issue. And of course, that can happen in the middle of the afternoon or the late evening. It's particularly problematic in the later part of the evening when there's all the confusion, but it's also problematic in the daytime. And so these events that Chelsea are proposing to hold in this venue, of course, could occur quite early in the day. So for a 3 o'clock kickoff, even for a 12:30 kickoff, which happens occasionally, there could be drinking from 9:30 a.m. right through until 12:30 when there's a kickoff, then the game, then a break during halftime, more drink, then the final whistle, then another 90 minutes of drinking after that. And then you're talking about people coming out in the middle of the afternoon, particularly in the summer months and spring when it's all very nice, and wanting to extend their drinking hours even down Fulham Road and onto the Broadway where all the other licensed premises are. So this is a serious exacerbation of the problems. And all of this will be taking place once, possibly twice a week for a whole year. So possibly 52 of these matters, maybe even more, depending on the number of games, how far the club progresses perhaps in Champions League, and so on. And there's no definition of match in Mr. Phipps's proposed condition. So one assumes that it's every kind of full-blown match that might be there, from the lowest interest games right up to Champions League finals. And in fact, their own document grades matches from D up to AAA. So one imagines that AAA is Champions League semi-final or something like that, way down through the Premiership. And the top price ticket is £670 proposed for that. So Mr. Phipps has put in his conditions, which are all very nice, but we say that they will control adequately, probably, activities inside the premises, but they take no account of what goes on outside. And indeed, there has been no discussion, as one thought there might have been in May when the previous 2 applications were withdrawn, about these very serious issues of traffic and noise in the streets. And none of the conditions proposed, of course, do anything to address any of those problems. And finally, Mr. Phipps has mentioned the case of Thwaites in his document. We say, of course, that there's a distinction here. That case, if you've read that case, madam, it's I think about a paucity of evidence before the justices, the licensing justices on appeal, that they didn't have enough evidence to satisfy themselves that people would come out of the proposed premises in question and drink elsewhere further down the street. And of course, we say here there's a mass of evidence for you to determine that. You've heard everything all the residents have said. Those that are not here have put all the documents in front of you. You have evidence of the cumulative impact zone. All those problems are still there. They haven't gone away just because there's no zone there anymore. You're entitled to take into account the cumulative impact in the area. There are still all the traffic problems which were there in the other two applications in May, which were withdrawn. So we say, madam, that there's enough evidence there for you to refuse this application. Now, if I can be of any further assistance, I'd be delighted to answer any questions for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Hewitt. I think I'm going to allow Matthew 80 minutes altogether to present his case. So
thank you, Chair. The one thought I have is I just have a little clock on the screen in front of me. It's 8 o'clock just about. We've been going for an hour and a half, and I wondered if this would be an opportunity just to have a 5-minute comfort break or something. Just candidly, if anybody wants to pop to the loo or
very sensible,
have a moment. If you're happy with that, Chair.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you. Okay, we have
Chair, excuse me.
5 minutes.
I have to make my excuses and leave. I basically come off a antibiotic drip to be on this meeting. I won't go into details, but I can't stay for the rest of the proceedings as much as I'd like to.
Okay. Thank you, Martin, for your help and your report.
Thank you.
Then we
same as well. I have to drop off as I have a flight to catch this evening. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Manny. Thank you, Manny. Okay, I think we have 5 minutes, please. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you everyone for coming back. I'm sorry I'm a bit late. I'm going to allow Matthew Phillips, the applicant solicitor, to speak for 80 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I know I can go on, but I can say with confidence I'm not going to need to take the whole allocation, which I hope comes as a blessed relief. I see a couple of smiles from councillors, so I will do my best. But what I propose to do, Chair, is to just make some introductory remarks, and then, if I may, what I'm going to do is just walk you through the papers in the order that you've got them, and just bring some points to your attention in the papers, if that's okay. So, despite what's been said, actually, this is a straightforward and simple application. It is an application seeking a permission for a hospitality suite, of which, as you know and as you have seen, there are already some 26 other hospitality suites within the club and its general concourse and stadium. And it is a point that needs to be made at the outset, that the one thing about which you have heard nothing whatsoever in the preceding hour and a half is anything about the hospitality suites. Nothing to suggest that they are anything other than perfectly well managed, supervised, controlled, risk assessed, etc. There is nothing that is said, and it is nothing within the representations either. The application seeks some limits. So first of all, we seek this for match day only. It's limited to 90 minutes at the end of the match and 3 hours before kickoff. That is not out of kilter with other operations that we have. On a Saturday match kicking off at 3 p.m, that means that this premises would be closed at 6:15 p.m. And the great majority of matches kick off at or before 3 p.m. There are about a half a dozen matches in the Premier League in a 12-month period that would kick off at 7:45 or 8 p.m. And that would effectively take you to 9:45 match time and 11:15 p.m. For this operation to finish. We have to take account of extra time and penalties, and some references to previous Champions League success will not have passed you by, but the midnight finish is absolute. But the underpinning conditions actually mean that the proposition that has been put before you, that this premises will have 660 people in it at stumps, it is respectfully to provide a worst case scenario approach that is actually not underpinned by any of the evidence as to the way the premises operate in the various other venues throughout the various other stands. There's no entertainment proposed here. Everyone is to be a ticket holder. All will be pre-booked, which means we will have everyone's name and we will know precisely where everyone is seated within the stand. There will be no additional people coming to Stamford Bridge as a result of this proposal. They will simply be accommodated for food and drink in a different location than they would otherwise have been accommodated. Not all will necessarily come for the 3 hours that we will be open for the match. Not all will necessarily return after final whistle, although that's what's been propositioned to you for the past hour and a half. The premises will not be open at half time. I'm not sure where it has been arrived at that the premises will be taking guests at half time, but it's not going to happen because it will be closed. You'll have seen the existing license is referenced in the report. I entirely accept that's for the ground floor only. That's a 1 a.m. license. And I'm afraid I don't know where Miss Dexter gets the application was cut back by the police in dialogue. Mr. Overton was involved in that dialogue, and no doubt you can speak to him later. But our proposition was a 12 o'clock proposition, because we have taken account of the dialogues and the discussion and the feedback in which we've been engaged with residents, particularly significantly, as Mr. Hughes has made reference to, through the early part of this year. One of the points that's made in Mr. Hughes' submissions, and I'll turn to them in due course, is that there hasn't been any engagement here around the application, or I suspect he's wanting to suggest with residents more generally. I'm afraid that simply is wrong. We undertook pre-application consultation with the officers, and you will see there's a pre-application consultation report, and that's part of the formalities of the licensing process. And I'll look at that in due course. And then we undertook pre-application consultation with 348 residents. Every resident who had previously objected to our other applications, to whom we wrote and invited feedback, and that is all contained within your papers, and I'll take you to it in due course. Of that 348, we had 10 objections. When it became apparent that some of the objectors had not been consulted because they had not previously engaged in the licensing process, we wrote to them, and that letter is contained within your papers, and our presenter was included as well. We invited feedback from the 348 to whom we wrote. I have to say we did this via your licensing service because we didn't have the contact details. You'll understand that's redacted. Just as when there was reference to names earlier, we don't have any details as to who is who within the context of the paperwork. And we received 6 responses. And of those 6 responses, one of substance invited us, having referenced in the conditions that we would be having a noise management plan as part of our proposals for this hospitality suite, invited us to send and submit that noise management plan with the application, which we duly did, which is also included within your papers. We have had a number of community meetings. We have produced a community newsletter through May and July. We have a texting service. We have engaged with the residents by inviting speakers to the community meetings, including, and I'll turn to this in due course, the highways team. The communications have been significantly advanced and improved. We have listened and we have acted. And if the committee have a look through the representations, you will see very little, if any, complaint about communications. I appreciate the applications attracted objections. Self-evidently, we wouldn't be here if it hadn't. We have proposed some additional conditions for which we were in receipt of a little criticism earlier, as though we should have produced those conditions as part of our first draft application. We fully and comprehensively engaged with the police and with the licensing authority in respect of this application. We submitted an operating schedule for their consideration, and they effectively signed off on it. And we submitted on the basis of what was proposed. Not every risk, anxiety, or concern merits a condition in a premises license. If that were the case, every premises license would run to many hundreds of pages, or certainly hundreds of conditions. But having had the points fairly identified, and I think it's the third condition within the bundle says, please may we have a condition on ABC, it would have been ignorant of us not to have recognized that if that was what was being requested, seemingly in resolution of the issues that were concerning that resident, it would be inappropriate for us to say, oh, well, the police didn't ask for it, we're not going to offer it. So I do invite you to consider the additional conditions that we have proposed as only a positive. It's perfectly proper. We did engage with the police when we had drafted them, got them to agree that they were happy with the wording. And whilst the police did not think they were appropriate or necessary to attach to this license, in significant part because most of the issues we already undertaken have been undertaken throughout the premises for many years, but they are happy with the wording, and we will invite you to have a look at those in due course. In terms of traffic and parking, perhaps the place to provisionally start is just on your policy 11, which is on page 29 of your licensing policy, which says that licensing law is not the primary mechanism for the general control of nuisance and antisocial behaviour caused by people once they're away from licensed premises and therefore beyond the direct control of the licensee. However, licensing is a key aspect of such control, and licensing law is part of an holistic approach to the management of the nighttime economy. And I would like just to talk a little bit about the responsibility that Chelsea take for this issue. Putting it simply, we are doing everything that we can to support the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham, highways, Metropolitan Police and residents in managing what we all accept is a challenging issue. We are engaged and engaging with your borough. There is a consultation that you have now initiated. We have had Mark Flanagan from your highways team speak at our residents meeting on the 3rd of October. He's been invited to return to our next residents meeting on the 10th of January. We have a traffic regulation order. We've installed hostile vehicle mitigations. We have a contracted company to provide stewarding and support outside of the parameters of Stamford Bridge, covering litter, parking, idling vehicles, bikes, community patrols, all of whom report back to Mr. Overstall and his team. Indeed, Mr. Overstall accompanies the marshals on some of that, and you'll find that on page 95 of the papers, specific reference by a resident to the fact that they have identified this season, Keith Overstall, head of security at the club, has been patrolling Moore Park Road with his team. We have a travel policy. We advertise and explain and provide advice to our customers, and including our hospitality customers, that public transport is much the preferred approach. We've had positive feedback from residents, advising us to focus on the marshalling and effectively to provide what support we can to the local authority in terms of traffic management. It's right that we have very significant dignitaries come to the club from time to time. It's right the King of Spain has been, it's right the second gentleman has been, and I'll in passing say I did have to ask who the second gentleman was, because I didn't know what the title meant until about 3 days ago when I saw the materials that were submitted by the objectors. But for a club of this significance, this international significance, having dignitaries where there are significant security measures that will have to be undertaken is not, I'm afraid, unexpected. And there's inconvenience associated with that, of course, just as there would be if we had a royal visit. And we have had those in the past. But that's not public nuisance associated fairly with the licensing objectives driven by the licensable activities on site. We don't want to inconvenience anyone. We don't want to adversely impact any of our residents and neighbours, but it is only honest to say that there will be an impact. But licensing is about public nuisance, not about impact. And we do everything that we can to minimize impact, but the suggestion that we can completely eradicate it, I'm afraid that wouldn't be right. This hospitality suite, I should say in passing, it is, I think it's identified as such, a mid-level facility for leisure and business customers. With all due respect to the proposition, I think it's fair to say that neither the second gentleman nor the King of Spain are the target market for the Rose and Ball. There's significant reference, and it was touched on, I think, specifically by Ms. Dexter in, I think, regard to supplementary document D to the site visit that was undertaken. Forgive me, I'll get you the page. Agenda item D, page 4, and there's reference to the red helicopter, and that takes about a third of the page of the evidence on the site visit, page 4 of Appendix D. That's an air ambulance. We are one of several landing sites for the air ambulance. We had no prior notice of the air ambulance coming down. We cannot respectfully apologise for the air ambulance engaging in effectively seeking to save someone's life, but it is perhaps instructive for the committee of the sort of things that may be attributed to the club, and the club perhaps not being as sensitive as it should be, that perhaps I would ask you to look carefully at when you come later to deliberate this application. These premises have 1.2 million visitors a year in terms of football related activities, and 2 million is the figure that we believe is correct outside of football match days. This application and all of the comments made have to be framed within the context of those numbers. This application doesn't add a single seat. Without a seat, there's no entry to the premises. There's no additional entrance to the ground to Stamford Bridge as a result of this application. What this application will allow is for people who have a ticket to be able to take a drink and to eat food before and after the match. That is the limit of what is being suggested. Mr. Hughes in his submission made point at the end of his remarks that he said, well, you know, maybe 95% of the attendees at the match all leave, but that then leaves, I think he said a couple of thousand or certainly several hundred people who may be in Fulham Broadway after a match. But what he didn't go on to say is let's extrapolate that 5% into this proposition. If we had 30 people attending this venue who later took a drink in and or around Fulham Broadway, what is it that is wrong with that? They have to be properly behaved. They have to be properly supervised in our premises. We have to make sure they are not served when they're drunk, inebriated, too young, unfit, and all of that goes within, and we'll come on to the documents, goes within all of our management of what's a very complicated, complex business. But what is it that is said that is wrong with an additional 30 people on the calculations later having a drink in Fulham Broadway before they get the tube home, or indeed walk home. Almost everything that has been propositioned to you this evening is about anxiety, concern, and a worst case scenario. We appreciate that change is always threatening, but this is a modest and sensible development of the site, as there has been on numerous occasions over the years. Small, modest, incremental changes that you know, and we will come to the report, have not caused any enforcement activity, any concern, any responsible authority engagement in this application. So turning then, if we may, to the papers in front of you. Forgive me, just the officer's report to start with, just a couple of points. Paragraph 3 of your report on page 6 highlights that this is a mixed residential and commercial, that there are both mixed and residential commercial premises within this area. I'll return to that point in due course. 5.1, no warnings, cautions, prosecutions in respect of the premises. Over the page 9, you then have your standard hours, that framework hours, if you will, and you will see mixed use areas, Friday to Saturday 1 a.m, Monday to Thursday midnight, Sunday 11 p.m. Our application is not out of kilter with that. 6.4 talks a little bit about cumulative impact. And I appreciate Mr. Hughes made significant play of that in the evidence contained within his written submissions, and obviously he's touched on it this evening. But it is clear what your policy says, that where there has been a relevant representation, and it's a point that I'm going to refer to, but I am struggling to see that there has been a representation about cumulative impact brought by the residents for whom Mr. Hughes acts, or indeed others. Page 10 of your report just makes the observation that many residential premises located above or in close proximity to licensed premises in this borough. There is nothing per se about proximity that precludes an application for a license being granted. There are terraced streets where a pub or bar with similar hours to this may very well be literally cheek by jowl with residents, neighbours, whether above, below, or to the side. Over the page at 12, talks about the prevention of public nuisance and the considerations that you will have, and it highlights the frequency of activity. We are talking about an operation that would likely operate about 30 or less times in a year. Mr. Hughes makes the submission that it might be one or two times a week throughout the year. I'm afraid that I don't know where those figures come from. Even if we won the cup and were back in the Champions League, those figures, that proposition wouldn't be fair. That the frequency point is a point of significance, because the frequency in terms of late night, as I've mentioned, particularly in the context of any cumulative impact consideration, it's all about late night, and it simply respectfully doesn't apply. Bottom of page 12, history of previous nuisance complaints, particularly where statutory notices have been served and so forth, and actually on the top of the next page, representations made by the police or other relevant agencies. Over then into the pre-application report, that's been drawn up by Mr. Overton. Obviously, he's here and can speak to that, but it's fairly self-contained, not located in cumulative impact. Hours are already permitted on the existing license, provided that the conditions were acceptable, authority unlikely to serve the representation. We worked with Mr. Overton and the police on the conditions, agreed a format of the conditions, and you can see what followed. And as is touched on, we agreed some specific counter-terrorism training conditions, which you'll see in the application. To be fair, I appreciate that's not really a point that's brought up by any of the objectors. Then over to page 20, our correspondence of the 18th of August, 3 sides out to the 348 residents who had previously engaged, setting out our conditions, explaining our application, asking for queries or feedback, as you will see in the last paragraph. And as I say, we had 6, if I may say, relatively modest responses. Then there is our little brochure. Mr. Hughes seemed to want to suggest that food is not a significant part of the offer. Just ask you to have a little look at the staffing levels that we have set out there. Food is a significant part of the proposition. That's the basis on which people come. If they simply wanted to drink, this wouldn't be the facility for them. And it was propositioned that, oh, well, if they spent all that money, they're bound to want to have a skinful or something approximating that. I'm afraid I don't know what the evidential basis for that is at all. That hasn't been our experience. And as Mr. Hurst, I think, touched on, the experience he has is that there isn't a great deal of drunkenness in being the season ticket holder that he highlighted to us that he is. So you've got a window into the operations that are currently on site, and the slight, as I say, worst case scenario approach that's been adopted was not his experience, and presumably nor is it any of the responsible authorities. Page 62, you've got our conditions. You will see at condition 9 that we are to have 2 door staff at ground floor level and 2 further door staff circulating. That's right. But door staff will be risk assessed at all times. And if, when we jump forward to the operations plan, you will see that the likely number for those occasions when we are at capacity will be significantly more than the 4. We all understand, or had previously understood, that this is a no less than figure, not a maximum figure, a figure that the officers felt was appropriate for the venue, but knowing our operations, having confidence in our approach and our management, accepting that we would staff up as appropriate if the occasion arose. We then served a noise management strategy for a premises that hasn't applied for any entertainment whatsoever. That's at page 67. And you will note on the 4th paragraph, the acoustic consultants say it's noteworthy because it is match day use only, that the impact of this venue needs to be considered in the context that ambient noise levels will be heavily influenced by up to 40,000 attendees at the match. Main entrance benefits from some shielding, and then the configuration of the premises itself effectively protects the rear because that is not the area to which the customer has access. And you will see other proposals about closure of windows and doors, restrictions, waste management, deliveries, reviews of the procedures, and so forth. Over then 72.345, various licenses in the vicinity. Those various licenses, when I say in the vicinity, they're predominantly our licenses, and they are predominantly until 1 a.m. They are predominantly, although they're not repeated here, absent many of the types and styles of restrictive conditions that are being proposed in this application. And I think it's right that one of our venues is even later than 1 a.m. We don't always trade until 1 a.m., self-evidently, because we manage our business responsibly. Into the representations, if I may, I just want to pick out some comments in the representations. Page 85, there is a representation, and it's important to look at paragraph 4. From a licensing perspective, my objection solely lies around this venue not turning into a 365-day late-night drinking, music and entertainment venue. That representation is repeated at pages 111, 118, 121, 125, 129, 130, 133, 137, 142. Not by the same person, all by different people. But those, I think, 11 people all say my objection solely lies around this venue not turning into a 365-day late-night drinking, music and entertainment venue. So we had hoped, we had been crystal clear, match day only, ticket holder only, 90 minutes after match concludes, all closed, 60 minutes for licensed activities, no entertainment requested whatsoever. So it isn't fair, without a careful analysis of these conditions, to presume that everybody is quite as opposed to this proposition as others may have suggested. Page 90. Surely this will be sold as VIP packages, including transport. No, it won't. I don't know who thought that or how they came to think that, but that is not right. Page 93. It's likely that many tickets will be in packages, in packages with many chauffeurs driven. No, that isn't how the ticket is sold. And it is perhaps a window into how it is that objections have been lodged about something that doesn't appear to be actually anything like the proposition moving forward. Page 95, I've touched on. This season, Keith Overstall, head of security at the club, has been patrolling Moore Park Road with his team. We have done extra patrols, reports, litter collections. We've moved bikes. We've asked cars that are idling to turn off. I've touched on much of this. We are fully committed to engaging as best we are able. And we are happy to put that on record, and we will be continuing to do that. And that is why we are engaging with you as an authority. That's why we are inviting people to meet residents at our residents' meetings and so forth. Page 98. I object to the potential noise and late opening hours that will disturb the peace and tranquility of Brompton Park Crescent's residents. So there's peace and tranquility now, but it's said that when there are 40,000 people, that if this room is allowed to accommodate customers inside only, because the balcony is only for, is not for any licensed activity nor any access, save in the case of an emergency, that it is said that accommodating people in that room will upset the peace and tranquility that's currently enjoyed when there are 40,000 people on that concourse over the wall. I'm sorry, we can't accept the proposition that this could possibly fairly be said to do that. If it's right that there is peace and tranquility now, it must say something very positive about the way in which we manage our existing 40,000 customers all around the concourse. And that representation is mirrored on page 110, where it said this residential area, particularly such a tranquil one, or indeed on page 101, Brompton Park Crescent is a peaceful residential area which would be disturbed by the proposed application. I'm respectful, but I'm sorry we can't understand how that could fairly be said when this is limited to match day with the conditions and restrictions that it has upon it. Page 108, we are broadly sympathetic to this development. However, we'd respectfully request restrictions on external use. Agreed, the balcony was never any part of this proposition, and we've proposed in our conditions that the balcony be expressly excluded, although we'd never included it in the first place. on external use and noise. We provided you with a noise management strategy. 111, please can this be restricted to match days? 117, this is a peaceful residential area, Brompton Park Crescent. And then 132 appears to be a circular that was sent out by an agent to Brompton Park residents. As it, to be fair, highlights, we've been asked to send this out to you at 102, regarding the proposal for an entertainment venue. And again, that's repeated 2 paragraphs down, top of page 133. CFC are looking to change usage from the sports leather space, which is connected to CFC Museum, into an entertainment venue serving alcohol from 10 a.m. until midnight. And through that prism, one might begin to understand the anxieties that would be created by those residents who would be in receipt of such a circular. Then on, Madam, to 171. And that is our letter, again, very helpfully circulated by your licensing team to those who it became apparent had not been in receipt of the original materials. And that sets out our proposal. And then on to 196, the materials that we provided, which are included in the agenda. And it's right that I make the observation that I'm sorry that there was a significant volume of material produced by us. But if you have considered the representations, you will understand that it appeared that it was being suggested that we don't manage our affairs properly. And I entirely accept that Mr. Hughes has made some generous comments in his written submissions about our protocols and procedures. And so that point has perhaps fallen away somewhat. But at the time of the receipt of the representations, that was not how we understood it was being suggested we conducted ourselves. So the page 198, I've only produced the index because I did not think that you would thank me for the 52-page document that is the event safety plan that was in operation, covering medical, alcohol, noise, waste, safeguarding, welfare, traffic, and everything that we have talked about. And you can look through the index in due course. We then got a match day operations overview document, which we have something similar for all of our event spaces, everywhere where we conduct licensable activities, bars, dispense points, hospitality suites, stands, the concourse, etc. And as an example, you will see that, well, I'm not going to take you through it line by line, but it attends to and considers, risk assesses, if you will, all of the issues about which we are concerned. And the premises will close at 11 or 10 on a Sunday. In fact, it will likely close at 6:15, as we've discussed, on a Saturday. It'll likely close at about 6:37 p.m. If we had a Sunday match. That's right. Because we have applied for midnight does not mean we're going to trade the premises. We can't. We've conditioned it so it couldn't be suggested that anybody could stay beyond the time that the license clearly articulates. On page 206, we set out our preliminary risk assessment for door stewards. The condition only obliges us to have 4 because that was the engagement and the dialogue with the licensing authority and the police. But our own risk assessment indicates, as you will see, 9 SIA. We always understood that it was a number that was a de minimis number, and the kitchen, the bar, customer service, training, staff training, the variety of matters over which they are trained, the responsible alcohol service questionnaire that everybody has to undertake, the safeguarding arrangements, the degree to which the staff are DBS and otherwise checked. On page 210, that access will not be permitted to the balcony. No person without a valid ticket will be permitted entry. All is clearly set out, and the sort of thing that, whilst we would perhaps hope to see in every licensing application that comes in front of you, it probably is fair to say that material as comprehensive as this doesn't always feature in the deliberations of the licensing committee. Then you have at 2:14 an actual day brief, as it's called, effectively a document pulling together various strands and threads from the Aston Villa match this year. You'll have had a chance to look at it, but all of our kiosks and all of the people and who is working in which part of the premises on 2:16, the operating hours for our various bars and stands on 2:18, 3 hours before kickoff, you'll see referenced there. 2:31, responsible alcohol service questions. 2:33, our admission and dispense bars. Our hospitality areas on 2:34. On 2:35, this is a specific extract from one of Levy's materials for the ladies' match against Tottenham Hotspur earlier this season. And you will see that serving in a variety of the parts of the premises 1.5 hours after final whistle is not in any way uncommon, an 11 o'clock finish on that occasion. And then our various personal license holders all set out on 2:38. On page 3 of supplementary agenda A are conditions that we've proposed that specifically attach to and attend to the concerns that are articulated in the first three representations that you have had sight of. And if you consider that it's appropriate to attach them to license, effectively, if you consider that the licensing objectives will likely be undermined without the attachment of those conditions, we're very happy for them to be attached. There are then submissions that were made by myself. That's agenda item B, and that's page 1 of agenda item B. I am going to canter through this, if I may, Chair, just a couple of observations. Page 3, it is an important point to flag that the responsible authorities have not seen fit to serve any representation to this application. And it's important to also flag that that does not mean they're not engaged in this process. This is Chelsea Football Club. You will all understand that we are engaged in daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual discussions with a very, very wide range of officers across the Metropolitan Police and the Licensing Authority. We have a safety advisory group comprising all of the material stakeholders who would have oversight of Premier League football clubs such as ours. But there is significance in specific licensing terms, as you'll be advised by your legal advisor, that the responsible authorities are your main source of advice in relation to particular licensing objectives. And it goes on to say the police usually therefore will be the licensing authority's main source of advice on matters relating to the promotion of the crime and disorder licensing objective. Bluntly, it cannot be lightly set aside that the police are perfectly content with this proposition. And that is exactly what they are. Again, touched on in Mr. Hughes's submissions, and to be very fair, he says, accept there won't be any more people, but there is a repeated theme in a number of the representations that there will be more people at the club as a result of this application. I've made the point about it being ticketed and therefore that not being right. The extent that that point is right is that they might come to this building when they wouldn't have otherwise come to this building. That's a point I have to accept. What is wrong with that if the premises is properly and correctly managed, supervised, controlled, conditioned? Nothing is the right answer. And you need only look at your licensing policy and be aware of that. There is nothing wrong with licensable activity. Licensable activity is not to be looked down upon, perhaps in the way that some may, or you may have felt, some were suggesting that if sale of alcohol is to be criticised, or sale of alcohol can't be conducted responsibly. That simply isn't right. There are premises that fail to conduct their activities responsibly, of course. This is not one of them. And you have no evidence to suggest that there is, and everybody's had ample opportunity, whether the officers, we are hardly able to hide up a back street. We're not a little quiet pub conducting activities behind the curtains. We are one of, if not the most significant premises in the borough. It's also right, and we touched on the issues of risk assessment, that our activities have to be conducted not just in order to promote the licensing objectives, but also to ensure that customers have a first-class experience. So we've got very significant commitment to training. You can see set out on page 5 of the submissions all that you would expect, including 2,000 staff on a match day at the ground. I've not included them, but there are ground regulations imposed upon us by the various regulatory football bodies. There are conditions of issue for ticket holders, standards to which we hold attendees on site. We work with a catering contractor who have very significant commitment to training and are well known, and they're touched on in the document. I touch on risk. Perhaps it goes to the point about anxiety and concern. I'm not in any position to submit to you that we can avoid all risk. I entirely accept that. It seems from some of what's been said before now that is in some way a hole beneath my waterline. No licensee can eradicate all risk. They can strive to ensure that they do their absolute best. That's all you can expect a licensee to offer. Anyone who offers you more than that, I'd be inviting you to certainly raise an eyebrow at the promises that they are making to you. But the question then is, are we striving? Are we doing everything that we can to manage the premises that we already operate and manage to the very best of our abilities? And the answer is we are. And the point about the Wirral Justice's case, which is the end of those submissions, is to go back to a point that there is nothing in front of you at all that could possibly be construed as a negative observation about the operation of the other 26 hospitality suites. And on that basis, what possible rationale would there be for concluding that a 27th couldn't and or wouldn't operate perfectly legitimately? On to page 9 of Agenda B is a supplementary letter that was served. I think in support of other representations. I don't think it was a person who served a representation. I think it was just added in. And that says in the, it says the public safety issues aren't being addressed very well by the council. They contacted highways and parking and nothing improves. I've touched on our commitment to work as hard as we can with the authority and highways on that. But what it goes on to say is that many of them are well dressed, so they do look like the types who are going to one of the CFC ticketed pre-match functions. That is the high watermark of the correlation between the antisocial behaviour and or the parking and traffic concerns in the evidence put before you today, that some people would appear to have been arrived early, taken a residence space, or at least taken a space. It isn't even clear whether it's a residence space, and they were well dressed, so they must be in a hospitality suite. I'm really sorry, but that isn't, I'd suggest, fair to apportion against this application for the Rose and Ball. There's then supplementary agenda C, and that is at page 6 of that, reference to the people dispersing between midnight and 2 a.m., the core residential sleeping hours. And again, I just would invite you to reflect on the tone of much of this agenda item. It is a tone that invites the conclusion that everything that could possibly go wrong will go wrong, and that every last person will stay till the very end of everything in order to rinse every last minute out of the day. And that just isn't any reality, either of leisure and hospitality businesses generally, nor the experience of this premises and this operation. If it was true of this operation, then we would be entitled currently to trade the stands until 1 a.m. We don't. It's not appropriate. We conduct ourselves responsibly. We close earlier. People leave. Then we are into supplementary agenda D, and page 3 of that says the authority's determination should be evidence-based, justified as being appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives and proportionate to what it is intended to achieve. We may not all be able to agree about very much between the various competing observations made this evening, but on that, I entirely accept that point. Absolutely right. That's right. Page 4 has got the observations about the rescue helicopter. And then on to page 11. And this is evidence served, I think, yesterday, seeking to get the application refused about the second gentleman's attendance at the club. And what the paragraph says here is, what we would like the subcommittee to understand is that this is an example of Met Police being complicit in what amounts to endangering public safety, actually committing a crime, blocking the public highway, etc. What if an ambulance needed to get into Britannia Road or a fire engine? This is mentioned specifically in Hammersmith and Fulham Council's licensing policy. I do ask you to look at that paragraph and later to reflect on the legitimacy of those observations and to consider whether that is an objective and fair analysis of what occurred that evening. And I should go on to add that the reason the second gentleman was visiting our premises, this was a precursor meeting, I entirely accept, the following day was because of our foundation's outreach work with local school children in respect of hate crime, in which he is particularly engaged. That's why he's coming to us. It's not a jolly. There is serious work being undertaken here, so we have a relationship with him as we do with others. And again, that context is respectfully just missing from what you have heard before now. Page 17 of that same representation. Again, fair to say, another point on which, to be fair to Ms. Dexter, we can agree. Licensing law is not the primary mechanism for the general control of nuisance and antisocial behaviour caused by people once they're away from the licensed premises. and therefore beyond the direct control of the licensee. However, licensing is a key aspect of such control, and licensing law is part of an holistic approach to the management of the nighttime economy. As a matter of policy, the Council expects every holder of a licence to accept and be responsible for minimising the impact of their activities and antisocial behaviour by their patrons. We entirely accept that, and everything about the application, everything about the engagement, the conditions, the proposals, the documents, I say clearly evidence just that. We then got Mr. Hughes's submissions that came across yesterday evening. Just make some comments about those, if I may. There's some reference to the marquee application, and he addressed you on it at some length this evening. The one thing that we all know about licensing is it's each application on its individual merits. It's a fundamental tenet of licensing, national guidance, your policy, everything we know about licensing. I'm not sure that I can see what the point is there, particularly because of the engagement that we have had since then, and everything that we have done, strained every sinew to improve our dialogue. But if he's going to bring it up, there's no entertainment here. The marquee application, one of the singular focuses of the marquee application was the extent to which we were seeking entertainment and the possible risk of noise nuisance and disturbance. And then you go to, so we put no entertainment in this. It's a hospitality suite. You don't have entertainment. Paragraph 21 of the submissions, the applicant submits there'll be no entertainment at the venue, and there's no application made in this respect. However, this rather highlights the fact the premise will be very much alcohol-led, with food being served on a buffet arrangement. Respectfully, that really is trying to have it every which way. 6 months ago, it's the entertainment that's awful. Now it's the lack of entertainment that's awful. I'm sorry. It's a hospitality suite, and it should be seen as such. His third paragraph, page 3, says, all residents who have made submissions effectively indicate that the proposals as set out in this application would inevitably have a substantial adverse impact on their residential amenity. I'm sorry, we do not accept that. I have referenced the conditions that I think 11 residents specifically say, my primary sole aim, whatever the wording is to ensure that this does not convert into a 365-day a year venue. That I'm afraid, that sentence is to overreach what is contained within the representations, and you can see that for yourself. Paragraph 6. The applicant says there are already 26 hospitality suites within the club. It's our submission that that is more than enough, and there's no necessity to add. Licensing is about the promotion of the licensing objectives. It is not about either council or those he represents making observations about what is or isn't appropriate for our business. We have to promote the licensing objectives. We understand that. But need and demand, they didn't quite go out with the ARC. They went out with the Licensing Act 1964. Since 2005, neither need nor demand are any feature of the deliberations that you have in front of you. And I'm afraid that that is an outmoded approach to licensing that is not appropriate and doesn't need to detain us any further. And then paragraph 8, and I have some, and he's on screen and we do know each other a little. I have some admiration for this line, I should tell you, Gareth. Whilst the licensing authority has not yet sought to restore its cumulative impact policy. I mean, that's one way of putting it. The other way of putting it is, less than a year ago, the authority got rid of their cumulative impact policy because the evidence no longer supported its retention. And they did so unanimously, as you all know. The introduction of a more business-focused policy, where the cumulative impact assessment, we say, did not support the conclusion that this locality was particularly blighted, meriting a cumulative impact policy. You went to you went to panel with it, reports were produced, evidence was produced, there was a significant consultation, a number of stakeholders were engaged, and you concluded that you did not need such a policy. But to raise the issue, what you do need is a relevant representation. I'm at a loss to understand how this issue was raised the day before the hearing. You are entitled to develop the representations that you have made. You're not entitled to simply throw new arguments in because you have, from a legal perspective, brought something more to the deliberations 24 hours before the hearing. And I'm afraid I don't accept that it's a legitimate argument. But it strikes me that it also is informative in that it does say something about the submission.
Matthew, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. It says something that there is an attempt to rely on a policy that was effectively abandoned. Imagine if I was a planning applicant who said to you, well, I know the policy at the moment's against me, but I want you to grant my application for a new development on the basis of a policy that you got rid of years ago. You can imagine how that would have been received. The crime and data evidence simply isn't there. And I appreciate I'm run a little further on than perhaps I first thought. I would make the observation that the evidence that is critical here is the evidence between the proposition for a hospitality suite that is more closely controlled than any other licensed premises at Stamford Bridge, and the worst case scenario, doomsday scenario proposition that respectfully has been put to you by others, because change is concerning. But this is a modest change and one I commend to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew. Now, can I ask each committee members to ask questions about the application and issues that have been raised at the hearing, please? Yes, Councillor Dominic.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for those. I'm trying to think of the right words, for all the information that you've imparted to us today. It's cleared up quite a few of the questions that I actually had before we came into today, so I actually have very few questions for now, although some of the answers that I hear may spur me to further questions. This is to the applicant, if I may turn to you first. I know you've been speaking for some time. It's a short question. Some of the questions in the documentation revolve around the number of days that this facility will be used, and the phrase match day is used often. I would like you, if you could, if it's not maybe it is a silly question, is actually to define a match day, and I'll give you an example of what I mean really. I appreciate that when Chelsea football are playing in the Premiership, that will be a match day. You've also got UEFA Champions League, whichever. I believe also that the Chelsea women's team do play a certain number of games.
May I do the men first? There'd be Premier League matches, 18. There's no European football at the moment, but you're quite right. There could be, and that would perhaps be, I think, 6 or 8. The FA Cup with a run, I think, could be 5. No, I think the semi-finals are now in Wembley, so it might be 4. Forgive me, but it might be 5. And so that's absolutely right. And then for the women's, I think that it's right. And forgive me, I did have a note of it. I think there are 9 matches between January of this year and December through the course of 2023. Could I just say this, though, in respect of the women's matches? To be fair to the representors, I'm not sure that anyone has raised any suggestion that those are a feature of concern. If I've got that wrong, then I've got that wrong. I mean, as an example, capacity can often be 5,000 for those matches. It can be more, but it is not, if you will, a sellout as perhaps a Premier League would would be. So I hadn't taken it, and if I should have, then I apologize. I'd not taken it that the ladies' matches were of particular concern, that the concerns that have been expressed had been attributed to those games.
I think, well, you may be interested to know that I believe the record attendance for a women's match was 38,000 at Stamford Bridge, but...
Yes, I entirely accept that, but...
So I think the purpose of this evening, I think, and I'm not being nitpicking, the purpose of this evening is to ensure that the 4 licensing objectives are upheld.
Yeah.
It's also, to a certain extent, and this benefits yourself, to allay residents' fears where we can. And so if we can just kind of say, really I'm asking this for clarification, is just to work out well, for the football club, the best case scenario, for the residents perhaps, the reverse would be applied. Exactly how many days could be classed as a match day? I mean, I don't know whether Stamford Bridge hosts any other sports. That there are certain grounds that, for example, have baseball. Wembley, I know, hosts. I think it's baseball.
Yeah, so we had a match for Ukraine this summer, which was out, if you will, out of the ordinary, for want of a better phrase. But we are talking in the context of matches about women's first team, men's first team.
So if, for instance, a condition were put into the license specifying that match day means men's first team or women's first team playing, that would be agreeable to yourselves?
Yes. If you don't mind me saying so, with a slight smile, if the committee conclude that the licensing objectives would only be fairly promoted by attaching that as a condition, then yes, of course. That's understood.
But sometimes a condition can, shall we say, state the obvious, which makes it no less relevant.
No. May I say, on that, we're completely agreed, because I specifically proposed that the balcony not be permitted for licensable activities, although it had not been included in the application. So I completely understand that, because it was to allay a fear.
Yeah, thank you. And in the same way, whilst you're saying that it's not intended and it's not written anywhere that that there would be no service during half time.
Yeah.
Would that be something that could be added into?
Absolutely. There's no issue with that at all. No issue with that.
No, that's right. I think I know the answer to this. What has been happening with the ground floor up until now? Because there's an existing license for the health club, which is for the ground floor. I'm just curious as to exactly what state the ground floor is in at the moment, what use it has actually been put to, because let's just say, for instance, that the application was rejected today. I'm curious as to what you would be doing with the existing license.
Yes, so as has happened for the best part of 20 years, I think. I don't want to be held to the dates. And as is set out in the letter that I think went to the residents on the pre-application consultation, there's been pre and post-match entertainment very much in line with what the proposals on the ground floor for years.
And that, I think the capacity is only 60 though, is that?
I think that's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So I've got, now just quickly checking my notes. I think that's probably, for now, most of what I wanted. Yeah, no, that Chair, thank you very much for that. That's really very helpful. Chair, thank you. That's it for me for now, although I may kind of jump back in.
Thank you, Councillor. Any question from Councillor Wesley?
Yes, yes, Chair, thanks very much. Although, as it happens, Councillor Stanton has asked many of the questions that I wanted, and in a similar vein, a lot of the issues that I needed to clarify had been clarified during the course of the various presentations. One area that hasn't been was this issue about notification of the Brompton Park Crescent, where there's a suggestion that people there did not receive a letter. Could somebody tell me whether there was direct contact, and if so, what contact has there been, be it by mail or in person, with residents in there? Mr. Phipps.
I can help with that from the club's perspective. Obviously, I can't speak to that on the authority's behalf, but we, through the authority, contacted everyone who had been engaged in the previous licensing application, some 350 people, and they were written to about 2 weeks before we submitted the application. The application or the development of the Rose Bowl, I think, was also contained in a newsletter, and there were other discussions, I think, with councillors, the MP, and other community groups. I don't want to get too far down the community group, but those residents who'd made themselves known to us with whom we were engaged, they were all communicated with. When we got to the end of the consultation period, it became apparent that there were 32 residents who had not been part of that original circular, and that's when we sent the second letter out immediately when that penny dropped. And then we sent them the same brochure and a slightly revised letter, which updated itself because we weren't about to submit the application. We had already submitted the application.
Okay, so is there anybody perhaps from the authority, as the letter went out via the authority, who can confirm that it actually went or did not go to Brompton Park?
Well, I'm a consultant for the freeholder of Brompton Park Crescent, and I was meeting with our management agency, who said they had not received anything. Our trustee hasn't received anything, and the freeholder didn't receive anything. And we have 315 flats, and 150 of these flats are within 50 meters to 100 meters from that new venue. We were not consultants. And the only way we found out about it was from a resident who sent the application to our management agency, who then sent it to all the leaseholder 24 hours before the deadline. So the Monday for the Tuesday.
Okay, I have Lorna McCann to speak. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. I sent the original letter out to the like Mr. Phipps said, to the residents who had objected to either the marquee or the concourse application, and that was sent on the which is included in the agenda pack. And then obviously sent out to the other residents who had not. I cross-checked the records, and sent them all out to all the residents who had not previously.
How many? Who are the residents?
We didn't know anything about it, but I know I emailed Lorna to say we didn't know anything about the concourse either. So it's clearly, I do believe, obviously, you've maybe said to a small number, but lots of people didn't know about it. And to be honest, we were quite surprised then when I read through the 234-page document. I emailed Lorna saying, is there an application for the concourse? I found out via Lorna just a couple of days ago that happened a way back when, so we knew nothing. Which was really concerning. I'm concerned there's other license applications we don't know about as well. Like, we were quite.
Can I hear? Sorry to interrupt, but can I hear from officers, please?
If I can help, Councillor. Yeah. So just to clarify, so the official consultation was in line with the Licensing Act, was adhered to, and that doesn't require the authority to send out a letter to local residents. I know that's very frustrating for local residents, but notices were displayed in line with the Licensing Act. The application was advertised in a local newspaper. So that consultation in line with the Licensing Act was adhered to. I think the consultation that's being discussed at the moment was an additional consultation that the applicant asked us to carry out on their behalf, where we would then send letters to people who had previously objected to the other applications. So I think that shouldn't be confused with what what needs to be done and what needs to be done lawfully under the Licensing Act that we did, and we made sure that we did that.
That isn't actually confusing me. I'm trying to see.
Right.
I'm assuming that the statutory requirements were generally fulfilled. It's the additional bits, because the applicants have said they passed a letter to you to circulate.
Yes.
I'm trying to ascertain whether or not that went to residents in Brompton Park Crescent.
It would have only gone to residents.
And I'm hearing from residents who are, but
They
I
did
want to
not.
hear the other side.
I would have only been sent to residents in Brompton Park Crescent had they previously objected to the concourse application, because it wasn't by address it was sent, it was just whoever had submitted a representation.
And why not our freeholder, our trustee, or our management agency?
If they hadn't have submitted a previous representation against an application, they wouldn't have been on the list.
We are the closest to this venue. We are literally next to this venue. We should have been consulted. I mean, our freeholder should have been consulted. It's 315 flats. 150 of them will be affected by this. Within 100 meters, we are from this venue, where there will be noise 3 hours before a match and up to 3 hours after a match. This will add.
Chair. I'm sorry to,
please, can we have one person? Excuse me. Can we have one person responding, please?
Yes, Chair.
Matthew, you can't, please, you can't. When we ask you, you can respond. Can I have Edrin to respond, please? I know you have. I saw your hand up.
Yeah, no, just to reiterate my point, really. No, my hand's come down now, but I mean, the point that I made previously, just in terms of the fact that the consultation was made under the Licensing Act and it was correctly adhered to. And I just want to make that point to residents, because I know residents can often be frustrated saying, you know, I live right next door, why didn't I receive a letter? That's not what we would do with Licensing Act applications. It may happen with planning applications, so I realise how that might be confusing for residents, but it doesn't happen as a matter of course for licensing applications. In this case, we passed on a letter from the applicant, and it may, we may need to establish exactly who that was sent to, but it was all done legally, and that was just my point, really.
Okay, thanks for confirming. It's just because there was no notice in Seagrave Road either. That's where we exit Brompton Park Crescent, and understand from the application it was put outside in Fulham Road. So if we don't, we come out Brompton Park Crescent, and we often, unless you walk past the stadium, we don't. It's not a natural aggression area for us, so that's probably why a lot of us, we didn't see it unless you had the local newspaper.
And just on that point, it is very difficult. And you can understand with a ground the size of Chelsea, where the Act talks about notices every 50 metres, and obviously the ground's so large, and where do you put those notices for them to be noticed?
That's where we are, 50 metres from that venue.
We're out the back end, that's why. We're not in the Fulham End Road, we're around the back, so
okay.
I think that's
the other
the
side.
problem.
We're the other side, not Fulham Road side.
Right, okay.
Behind, we're 50 metres from the venue. Less than 50 metres.
It needed to go on Seagrave Road, really, for us to have seen that.
Okay, we did check them, and they did comply with the regulations and what should have been done. But I appreciate that not everyone's going around looking for blue notices of an A4 size, but it's unfortunately that was the case.
Mr. Garrett, I cannot allow you to speak because no question was asked to you. Do members have more questions to ask?
No, I've got nothing further to ask. However, on a point of order, we've been getting more into discussion rather than answers from people, and I just think we need to get back to the way this should be conducted.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I have one question. I know my colleagues have all asked questions. Mr. Matthew, you mentioned that you have 2 staff on every floor on every floor, and I'm concerned that you're going to have 660 people, and you only have 2 staff members on each floor. So, how would that? Could you explain to me?
Let me take you through that, Chair. The condition proposed is that there would have to be 2 people on the door and 2 other people circulating within the premises. That's the condition on the premises license. But if you go to our operating plan, and indeed, I think I did touch on it a little earlier, we are not under any illusion that that is a maximum number. That's a minimum number. So from opening until closing. If you go to the operating plan, and you will find that, forgive me, at page 206 in the papers, you will see that we have risk assessed that provisionally, and we end up at a figure of 9. But conditions don't always effectively go to the worst case scenario or the maximum. 4 was the proposition with the licensing, or no less than 4, because although it has been suggested otherwise, the premises is not always going to be full. It will need to be risk assessed. It might depend upon the match. It might depend upon the game. It might depend upon the day. For all I know, it might depend on the weather. But the proposition is we will never have less than 4. When licensable activities are conducted, we have to have 4. If ultimately your question is, well, I'd like that number to be larger, and you forgive me, Councillor Stanton might have engaged, would you be objecting to more? We don't object to more, but respectfully, you have to be satisfied that that's appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives. And we had thought that 4 was legitimate before now.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we come back to that when we start discussion when we go into our discussion. The other issue that is of concern to me is talked about delivery. So I don't know how your delivery will be in terms of noise for the residents and in terms of collection and all that, because could you explain to me on that?
Of course. So Councillor, you'll appreciate it's a very significant site. Next to the premises is the museum. Effectively in front of the premises is the North Stand. Within the North Stand, there are very significant dispense points, bars, shops. The shop is, there are significant shops for supporters, for materials. There are people in and around that site all the time. But in the context of deliveries for this unit, the noise management plan, and let me find the right page for you on that. The noise management plan, page 69, specifically attends to that. So not between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m. and that's all contained there. And you will see that the noise management plan is set out as a condition on page 64 of the application. So effectively, it's conditioned in that way. And also waste management is conditioned. You'll also see that on page 69 above deliveries. And you will see that, putting out rubbish, what time we put out bins and so forth is limited to 9 p.m.
Okay. Some of the residents mentioned something about smoking, knowing that the building where this restaurant is. So what are you going to do about that? Will people be smoking around the building, or how do you intend to residents to be aware that they will not be affected by smoking coming from those people smoking outside into their premises?
Chair, if I can just answer that. All of our hospitality suites operate a no admission, no readmission policy. We accept that this premises is outside of the stadium. So once you've entered on a ticket, you can't leave. But we would operate the same policy that nobody would leave this venue to stand outside and smoke. As you've heard, people would come to the premises before the match. Then there's a natural drift away to the stadium. If they wanted to smoke in between, then they can. And when they return for that modest period afterwards, we would not, under our operating rules with all our other hospitality suites, nobody goes out to smoke and comes back in again.
Thank you. Members, do you have any more questions? Okay, Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, just one final question from me. have you actually submitted a planning application?
So yes, that's been submitted. That was part of the dialogue with yourselves. Effectively, they are running in parallel, for want of a better phrase. But for those of you who know planning, licensing tends to be a little bit quicker than planning, which can take a little bit longer.
Right. So it's a relevant application for change of use to a hospitality suite.
Thank you, Councillor.
Forgive me, Chair, if I may, it's not quite to answer your question, Councillor Harcourt, but if I just might say this, we are very cognizant of the policy that says where planning and licensing are not aligned, then the diminished hours are those that must be operated until the permission's in place, etc. So, you know, there's no attempt, I'm not saying it's suggested, but there's no attempt to circumnavigate the planning element. It's just we came before you quicker than we got before a planning committee.
I don't have any more questions. Any more questions from members? No. Okay. Then we have to go into summing up. Please, can I have the parties sum up as briefly as possible in the following order? The licensing officer, Lorna, have you
Nothing
got?
further to add, Chair.
Okay. Then I ask the objectors, can I have Sarah Chamber, resident, to sum up for 3 minutes?
Thank you, Councillor. I've just got 3 or 4 points that I'd like to cover, please.
Okay.
The main one is, as I'm very familiar with the crime and antisocial behaviour statistics and the constant feedback I receive from residents who live around Chelsea Football Ground, I think that Chelsea should be concentrating on tackling the existing issues that we have. I haven't heard anything about the plans or the measures that Chelsea are putting into place to tackle those. We have asked repeatedly for Portaloos, extra marshals outside the Oswald Stoll, outside the Samuel Lewis. Daisy, who Keith knows, she's pretty fed up with the urination and the drug taking outside her front door on match days. We've asked for stewards outside the Samuel Lewis. Has that taken place? No, it hasn't. At the Oswald Stoll, Valerie Gritz, who Keith also knows, I went to see her on Monday evening about something totally different. Last week, at the age of 80, she was cleaning up the vomit after match day on the Fulham Road because she couldn't put up her poppy stall to sell poppies. Why we should be tackling these issues with Chelsea before we have another 660 people who may not be inebriated, but will be under the influence and who will be coming out 90 minutes after a game's ended, after the police have gone. The police will not be there. I would also like to point out, yes, because I've been to the residents' meeting, 29th of September, 24th of May. I couldn't make the one on the 3rd of October, but we seem to be making no progress on these points with Chelsea. Chelsea are saying at these meetings that they're going to put these things into place. They have not put any of these things into place. Let's work together with the council and with the football club to tackle these issues before we talk about having more licensed establishments. And I'm the only person on this call who actually knows the building, apart from Keith and possibly Mr. Phipps. But I was a member at the health club for somewhere between 15 and 20 years. It's not a hospitality venue. It's a health club. That's why there's a swimming pool on the ground floor. There is no balcony. It's a running track. It is not suitable at all. And obviously that's why Mr. Phipps doesn't want it to be used for licensed events. It is a running track and a hospitality venue. There are different, I think, you know, we need to go through all the planning stages and everything before we move on to it being used as a licensed establishment Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Can I have Lauren Value? Is she here?
Hi. So just to sum up, I'm still really, well, we're still really concerned in terms of the sort of nuisance and the disturbance. Just to echo there from the previous speaker, Brompton Park has the same concerns. Fans do come down from West Brompton Station. It's very, very busy, and also Earls Court as well, because they can't all obviously travel through Fulham Broadway. We've asked for marshals as well, because we often have people that come and get lost trying to find the stadium. We have fans that come in and urinate, the fans that come in and they create a lot of disturbance, and they take drugs and they make a lot of noise in Brompton Park and Seagrave Road. I think it's actually quite forgotten about, to be honest, because people focus in the Fulham Broadway and Fulham Road area, and it seems we're forgotten about as well, because we definitely didn't have any notices in our lampposts, and practically nobody knew about it, that nobody that we spoke to, any residents in Brompton Park. And that's why Mr. Phipps, when he was talking about that email that was sent out, that was the first we heard of it, and then we contacted the council, then we got the full picture actually about what the procedure and what the proposal was. I don't feel that my concerns about these 660 people exiting at night or at certain points, even at the weekend, even if it is 6 o'clock, I don't want to always have people being rowdy at 6 p.m. Just over the boundary wall when we're trying to enjoy yourself. Brompton Park is a peaceful, tranquil place. When I moved here, I was aware that I moved next to a stadium, but we're not talking about during the matches, we're talking about at other times, and this will disturb that peace. So that's everything that's going to disturb the peace for us, and I don't feel that that's been mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to ask Valerie Dennis to speak, as Minnie and Martin has left. So can I ask Valerie? Is she here? That's okay. Now, Garrett Hughes and Charlotte Dexter, I don't know how many people, two of you want to speak on behalf. So I'm going to allow you all 36 minutes all together. So you divide it among yourselves. Charlotte?
I propose to take no more than 10 minutes, madam.
Okay, 10 minutes is fine.
I don't know how long Charlotte will take, but shall I use my 10 minutes now?
Okay, use your 10 minutes now. Then she
Thank you, Chair. I just really wanted to use my 10 minutes to answer the issues that Mr. Phipps had raised throughout his talk. I don't intend to rehearse all the arguments over again, but I wanted to answer some of the points he's raised. There's lots of reference in the papers to this being a hospitality suite, and it's clearly not a suite. It's a rather large, substantial premises. I think everybody now understands that. It is a health club, and it is to house 660 people. That is more than a suite. A suite always sounds rather innocuous when used, and there are 26 of them around the ground, and I'm sure they all hold varying numbers. But this is more than that. This is a 660 proposed licensed premises on a brand new premises license, notwithstanding there's a ground floor license there now. But as we've heard, that has previously been for 60 people. So that's a huge increase. In terms of the vehicles, we've heard reference to the Vice President's husband arriving. We use that purely as an example, it's not the key incident Mr. Matthew Phipps seems to be making out that we're using this for. We use it as an example of what is happening week in, week out in the streets. So this was only a prime example, if you like, when the King of Spain and the Vice President's husband visited, blocking the streets. But on every single week where there are matches taking place, this problem is occurring. And we say it does occur as well when there are extra match activities in the club, and that is to do with the suites that already exist there, because the people are coming out late, they do rely on limousines to take them home, and this causes trouble in Britannia Road and surrounding streets. So it is relevant in our respectful submission. for you to take into account, and we don't just rely on the vice presidential husband's visit. A reference was made to the suites being closed at half-time. Well, they may very well be closed at half-time. That wasn't my point at all. I said they opened for 3 hours before and 90 minutes afterwards. I said that there was ability to obtain alcohol within the ground during half-time, as anybody can. So I'm not denying that it might be closed during that half-time spot, but there's clearly an opportunity for those who are in the suite to purchase alcohol during the half-time interval. In terms of the residents, yes, it may be the case that less residents objected than last time around, but we clearly have 40 residents here. And on many applications, one might expect to see 1 or 2, but when you've got 40 dotted around all the streets around the ground who are making similar points, yes, some of them may have had it incorrect about the 365-day-a-year operation, but many of them have made the points about noise in the streets, traffic in the streets caused directly by these late-night suites. And to say that there is no evidence before you of the existing operations and of the suites that are already there, well, there is, and you've heard evidence from people tonight that this is occurring late at night when a match is finished, from people exiting the premises. In terms of the cumulative impact, Mr. Phipps has said, well, there has to be a relevant rep about cumulative impact in. What your policy says is there has to be a relevant rep in, and a relevant rep is defined in the 2003 Act as one which describes the impact on one of the 4 licensing objectives. So there is a relevant rep in. Now, Mr. Phipps's quibble seems to be that, well, it doesn't address cumulative impact. But in our respectful submission, many of these reps do that. They may not use the fancy terminology that Mr. Phipps and I will be aware of, which is to use an expression, cumulative impact in this area, because they are lay people. Residents are lay people. They're not aware of the technical terms to use, but the essence of what they're saying is there, that it is cumulative impact. And we would address that point by saying that. In terms of the number of matches, there still seems to be confusion, and the councillor quite rightly asked the question, Councillor Sanford asked the question about this, and I'm still a bit confused. There will be 18 Premiership games during the year. That's true. We have women's games. There seems to be some uncertainty about that. We will have Champions League games. Chelsea are a very successful club. Even if they were not in the Champions League this year or next, there's going to be a time when they are in the Champions League. And so that will be extra games. We have FA Cup competitions. We have League Cup competitions, all sorts of things that take place. So taking all that in the round, I worked it out, you're still looking at maybe not 52 weeks a year, but 26, 7, 8, 9, 30 weeks in the year, when people can expect these extra hours to operate and the extra 660 people to come out. We're not saying that everyone's coming out paralytically drunk. There will be those who do come out paralytically drunk. But of course, if you've had a lot to drink, you are by definition rather merrier after you've had those drinks, and particularly if Chelsea won and people are coming out in high spirits and noise is engendered by that. It's the same as coming out of any restaurant. But we say, of course, the opportunity is here, and this has not been denied, or in any way there's been an attempt to control this by way of condition. There is bottomless drinking, and I don't think that's painting a worst case scenario. It is probably human nature that if you spend a lot of money at this premises for instance, £220 or even £670, you're going to try and maximise what you've paid in for that ticket. And that means eating a lot and drinking a lot, I would imagine, over the 6-hour period that you're in there. Just dealing with my submissions, Mr. Phipps dealt with them. Just a few points back on that. Yes, I did say about the marquee 6 months ago, that application was concerned with music and dancing, and that was our concern then. Yes, it was a concern then. But the alcohol was also a concern then as well. And the noise was a general concern. And what we're talking about here is just the same. We're not going to have music and dancing, but we're going to have a lot of people exiting, far more than was the marquee, out onto the streets, sometimes 11 o'clock at night, sometimes in the middle of the afternoon, and then moving into Fulham Broadway, perhaps for more entertainment. Admittedly, many of them will go home. And that's, again, I'm told I paint a worst case scenario. I've been fair to the club, I think, by saying 40,000 people are not going to descend on Fulham Broadway. The 660 are not going to descend on Fulham Broadway, but a small percentage will, and those are significant numbers. In terms of the cumulative impact policy area, yes, you've determined, like many boroughs across the country, not to have one this year, but the reasons for that are quite clear, that many of them were trying to gather together the information they needed for their cumulative impact assessment to inform that policy, and the evidence simply wasn't there because there'd been a lockdown for the best part of 2 years, and there was no sufficient evidence to show that there was trouble in the streets because everything had been relatively quiet during that period. So I think, Madam, those are the points I wished to raise. Yes, I have one more point about the consultation we heard. I didn't quite get from Mr. Overton that the application had been displayed by way of notice at in proper 50-metre intervals around the ground. Perhaps he could just confirm that. But it was entirely open, of course, to Chelsea Football Club to write to everyone within the vicinity of the ground, not just those who had made representations previously. But I think that's addressed the issues that have been raised about my case, and I'm grateful to you. But in all the circumstances, we say that this is a licensing bridge too far. We don't want another one of these premises within the club or within the area because of the aftermath. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garrett. Charlotte, are you there? Charlotte? I don't think she's there.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. May I?
Charlotte,
Yes,
you have I'll allow you 15 minutes, okay?
Thank you. Okay, I'd first like to make the point that on page 44 of the original agenda pack, we have the application itself, and on part 3 of the operating schedule, page 44 of the agenda pack original, it says, when do you want to start, this premises license to start? And it says ASAP. So the closing for representations was October 3rd. So that means that this licensing application was put in right at the end of September, or even September 1st, around then. At that time, a planning application was not put in. I think it's very important for the committee to know that, because it was only once reps started coming in that then we see on page 175 of the application, of the agenda pack, sorry, I'm very tired, where the whole thing from Neil Milligan and so on, where he's advising Litchfields, oh, you might need planning. I'm not sure. We don't have the old this, we don't have the old application, we don't have the old permissions, we're looking for documents. This is where we as residents got so confused, and we thought we have to get a barrister in to help us with this, because even the council doesn't have the documentation it needs to look at this licensing application properly. So I contend that our representations brought then the idea that, boy, they might need to start looking at planning as well. So I think Mr. Phipps has kind of, sliced over that a bit. And I don't appreciate it. Residents don't know the law. And we really, we're trying so hard to protect our environment and to protect Fulham Broadway and protect our roads. That's what Fulham's about. It's about residents, people that pay council tax, people that want public safety. We've talked about a lot of public safety issues tonight, and we need the committee to really consider these public safety issues. They are paramount. They are paramount for our children and for the older people walking around Fulham Broadway at any time of day or night. as I said, it's the wrong building at the wrong time. This building is part of Chelsea Village. It's supposed to be community floor space. Councillors will know that community floor space is protected in the plan, and it can't just be closed on a whim. We have new owners that came in and just decided, right, we're closing this. And, nothing happened. Nobody's protecting this wonderful facility. Nobody's making sure that it keeps going. But I am sure that Bowley and Clear Lake Capital signed agreements that said that they would continue, the stand, the stadiums, they'd continue the restaurants, the hotels, everything. They would continue Chelsea Village as is. That was what they bought. That's what they bought for 4.2 billion. And we've seen none of the money. It went to good causes, we're told, but we've seen none of the money, and we just have the aggravation. So the other thing that wasn't even brought up here is the whole drug problem. We've shown you statistics. We won't get into it, but it's well known. Drugs and alcohol, don't mix well. And this is why residents are so concerned. Again, it's one of these compounding problems. Speaking of compounding, so I did talk about cumulative impact. On page 18, supplemental D and point 8, I talked about compounding. That's the word I used as a resident. Yeah, compounding the problems, compounding. Okay, so it's cumulative impact. So I hope that the committee understands. I mean, I'm sure they understand. I hope that they will take into consideration that we don't have your vocabulary, but we're learning. And next time, don't worry, we will use the word cumulative impact, because it's now clear to us that on an individual basis, you, the committee, can actually look at this from a cumulative impact standpoint. And we hope that you will do that. Our big concern here is that we have a huge new owner who bought a football club that I don't think he ever walked around it. I don't think he's ever been to Brompton Crescent. I don't think he's been in Britannia Road. He doesn't realize he has 4 conservation areas around him. The whole curtilage is conservation areas, and or Brompton Park Crescent, plus a grade 1 listed Royal Park. Has he ever been in it? Does he understand what he bought? This is the thing. There's so many issues here. And thankfully, some of the councillors here tonight, they know a lot about licensing, and they know a lot about climate, and they know a lot about green, and they know a lot about planning. And all of this has to be taken into consideration in this application. It's a very, very sensitive area right around us. It's just, it's very sensitive. And so are the residents, the human beings. So we talked about compounded. We've talked about, now we understand that there's no smoking, or there is smoking, but there's no designated smoking areas outside, if I understood Keith correctly, because you can go outside and smoke, though. So where are they going to smoke? This still hasn't been resolved. So they'll go outside and smoke and not re-enter. But how many will smoke? I mean, 60 out of 660, 10%, 35 to 10%. That's what you're supposed to use, I'm told, Where are they going to smoke? They're not going to make any noise outside after Chelsea wins? I don't believe that. Do you? I mean, it can't be possible. That's why those Brompton Park Crescent people are so concerned. The few of them that learned about this. And I'll tell you how they learned about it. Someone from Seagrave Road rang Brompton Crescent and spoke to someone there, who then we wrote to Brompton Crescent. Mm-hmm. She and I wrote to whoever. So that's how that works. But it, yeah, I mean, the Licensing Act doesn't make you consult with anybody, really. You have to sign up for the feed. So I'll tell them about that separately. So Mr. Bowley is trying to improve the match day experience. And the way he wants to do that is with alcohol-fueled experience. That's what he does. He's put up alcohol on the concourse, only through license. He doesn't have planning for that. Planning wouldn't allow it, but he's done it. You know, there he's doing it. So he's quite ruthless, and he needs to make money. That's the point. And we're starting to really feel the rub of this. You know, they have meetings. There are no decision makers at the meeting. People were asking about the architecture of a possible new plan. They didn't know that Mary Jo, you know, people don't even know who the Bowley has a designer, an architect. People don't, even the people at these meetings don't know who's who or what's what. They go out, they have people come in from the council, totally new to them, that there are any problems in these roads, and they can't, you know, what can Ian Hawthorne do? What can he do? He can't do anything. I'm sorry, he's a very nice guy, but what can he do? He can do very, very little for us. He can't raise funds to have thousands of people monitoring our roads. We have thousands of policemen, but they aren't monitoring our roads. They're sitting in vans and standing on the road. So it's a dilemma that's not going to be dealt with. So we have to deal with it one by one. So now we have an application in front of us. We believe that it will compound problems that we already have. We believe that Chelsea has plenty of hospitality space. We don't think that anything will happen that's very positive about this. It's more about cumulative impact. So where do we have a cumulative impact zone? In the Chelsea Village. They're serving 5,000 people every big match. 5,000 people. That's quite cumulative. And you're adding to that. You're compounding that impact, right? In Chelsea Village, and right across the street, and right behind, and right behind in Brompton Park Crescent, and right next door in what should be. And Mr. Bowley, good or bad, already has a solution for the other side. He's buying it up and he's going to tear it down. So there you have it. I asked the committee to think so seriously about this. It's one more step where Clear Lake Capital has just decided, right, we're going for it. We're going to make money out of this. And you can put the numbers together. You can see the numbers that they will achieve at big games by adding 600 more people. Okay, from a business standpoint, absolutely. But from a residential standpoint, from a public safety standpoint, from a crime standpoint, even children from harm, it's not on. It's not on. And we need the committee to really find reasons to, under the 4 licensing objectives, to think twice and think 3 times and find a way to please reject this license for the wrong building at the wrong time. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Sarah Chambers, I think you have spoken.
Hi, Councillor. Yes, no, it's Martin Band who left earlier. He sent a WhatsApp message with his summary for one of us to read. Because he was at the Chelsea and Westminster. He said, my concluding paragraph, this is purely a business proposition of someone who has paid vast sums for the club and needs to maximise his profit. It does not benefit the vast majority of fans, including dedicated season ticket holders like me. It upsets in-stadium alcohol control practices built up over decades. As others have stressed, it will exacerbate antisocial behaviour and crime. I urge councillors to reject this application outright. And then it just says he's off to his medical thing now. Thank you, councillor.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Okay. Now, can I have Sarah? Your hand is still up. Okay, thank you. Now, can I have the applicant to sum up? I'm going to allow them about 9 minutes to sum up.
9. How can that be right? Okay. We're inviting you to grant this application. It is a perfectly legitimate application that does not extend the parameters beyond anything that is not perfectly proper. And I do invite you, committee, to just consider the application itself and the conditions that have been proposed and the measures that are set out, and perhaps the additional conditions if you have residual concerns. But there is nothing about this that is inappropriate or extensive. And at the same time, I ask you to look carefully at the representations. One says they're broadly sympathetic. A number say they live in a peaceful, tranquil, residential area. I mean, candidly, how do you square that with some of the suggestions, some of the frankly quite personal suggestions that have just been made about the ownership and the way in which we conduct our activities on a match day? And it is on a match day. So, for example, where are they going to smoke? There are 40,000 people in the stadium and the concourse on a match day. Hundreds of people will be walking around in order to access the Matthew Harding stand or the East stand, or walk down to the West stand, whether to use the facilities, whether to walk around the stadium, whether to go in through their gate, whether to go to their hospitality suites. There's an awful lot, I'm afraid, that has been said that is just wrong and inappropriate. It's just been said to you that we serve 5,000 people alcohol on a match day. No, we serve 40,000 people drinks and food on a match day. We serve 5,000 of them in the hospitality suites. There are bars, we've included all of this material. There are numerous dispense points. Alcohol is not only served within the hospitality suites. The hospitality suites, 26 of them, for which you have no evidence whatsoever that there's a single issue with any of them. Nothing whatsoever, nothing about the delivery, performance, conduct of staff, management, customers, nothing whatsoever. That's 5,000. Other customers can access any one of the other number of premises within the venue. You heard that, I think Mr. Hughes said, oh, the second gentleman is only used as an example. And that there's, and I think he touched on the concerns about the King of Spain and no doubt others. I mean, I do invite your attention to supplementary agenda F. Served, well, the first time I saw it was about 5:30 this afternoon. It may have been uploaded before then, and if it was, apologies, I'm sure Lorna can confirm. Supplementary agenda F is, I think, just about the second gentleman. The whole of supplementary agenda F deemed so significant to the determination of this application that it needed to be served an hour before the hearing and circulated to everyone for their deliberations and considerations. It isn't, I'm afraid, fair to say, oh, it's only an example. Page 17 of supplementary agenda D, forgive me, page 11, is the one where the police are accused of facilitating or committing criminal offences because of his attendance. The reason that I highlight that is that it is a time for a little objectivity and common sense to be brought to bear as to what is the likely outcome if you were minded to grant this application suitably conditioned. I mean, the one thing I think we could all probably reasonably conclude, the premises is going to be monitored pretty closely. If we step out of line, you, the police, the officers will likely hear about it pretty quickly. And that, I say, is a point of some significant comfort to the committee today. I mentioned the phrase, we're not dogging up, hiding up a lane behind the back of the curtains. You know that we will be observed, supervised, and quite legitimately by officers engaged with on a level quite apart from any other licensed premise, both this one and all of the other licensed premises across the Stamford Bridge side, almost unlike any other premises in the borough. In terms of the CI, there's no relevant representation. And I take significant comfort for that from Charlotte's submissions made to you just now, where she used, she made mention of a word and that she said it was a bit semantic not to have used cumulative impact. That's right, but she said that it was in supplement D on one of the pages therein. A representation has a time frame. The representations are set out in the papers. The supplement is merely evidence that is intended to support the representations. There is no policy. It has been removed. The policy now is focused on proportionality. And I would invite you respectfully to focus on proportionality. The policy talks repeatedly about those premises that do not cause concern will have a light touch approach adopted to them, is certainly in terms of regulation and compliance. This is such a premises. One of the criticisms is, well, there's uncertainty about the matches. It's a football club. We will be in the FA Cup third round. We cannot promise you that we will be in the fourth round, nor the fifth. We will be in the third round of the Carling Cup. I cannot promise you we will be in the fourth round. I cannot promise anyone we will be in Europe next season. Is that really used as a means to try and invite you to conclude that this application is less than satisfactory? Because that is, respectfully, what we appear to be faced with. Today, we are told that the way in which we manage our hospitality suite at the Rose and Ball may be an irresponsible drinks promotion. No feature of that in the representations. No feature of that in the material served on Friday by objectors, nor on Monday, nor in representations served yesterday, nor in even today's papers. But today it's brought up as a ground on which to undermine our proposition, notwithstanding the fact that the other 26 hospitality suites that we operate in precisely the same way, and we conduct ourselves immaculately in regard to all of those. And that again is a point that I would ask the committee when you retire to reflect on. What has been put to us is absolutely everything imaginable that could possibly be said to be wrong or could go wrong. But you can look at our existing operations and draw conclusions about how we conduct ourselves, and you will have heard me talk about the engagement in which we have developed ourselves significantly, the responsibility we take for the parking traffic matters, the engagement we have with you as an authority, the Metropolitan Police, highways, how we have brought people in to speak at residents' meetings, how we have newsletters and circulars. If you just step back from what might happen because things might change, then I'm sure you will come to the conclusion that this is perfectly legitimate to grant. A lot of comment was made that respectfully seemed wholly inappropriate, very personal comments about the ownership. Has he thought about this? I bet he hasn't done that. I bet he hasn't walked around here. I bet he hasn't done that. I do say that that is symptomatic of an awful lot of the representations that have, and I've touched on them as I took you through them, they're bound to have a chauffeur service tied into this ticket price. They're bound to be open at half time. There is an awful lot, I'm afraid, that has been suggested to you that is, I don't know why Mr. Hughes is shaking his head. It is.
Well, I made it quite clear.
No,
I made it quite clear to the committee, Mr. Phipps,
Please,
that I wasn't suggesting
Garrett,
one moment that it was open during the half time. I was suggesting
Mr. Garrett,
that
you
members
cannot, please.
could take their drinks during the half time.
Mr. Garrett, I have to stop you. Mr. Garrett, stop.
Well, I'm sorry, but now
you have to stop. It's not, you are not supposed to ask any question to anybody. The questions remain to the committee member to ask, please. So, Mr. Matthew, please continue.
Thank you. This is an incredibly complex site. About that, there's no question. It involves, as we know, on match days, and we are, after all, we should remind ourselves, only talking about match days, involves 1.2 or so million people per year coming and going. We are a mature operation with mature operators who have been there for many, many years, with no history at all of enforcement engagement in front of you at all, no responsible authority saying that there's anything wrong with this application at all. And you are asked effectively to disregard it on the basis not of any evidence that is put to the operation of the hospitality suites whatsoever. There is impact. We need to work hard to ensure that the impact that the club imposes or creates on residents is managed and mitigated at all times. We do not shy away from that responsibility. We are happy to put our shoulder to the wheel on that. About that, there should be no doubt, and you can see that in everything that I've heard and the materials that are being produced before now. But asking for a hospitality suite at this location, there is nothing inappropriate about that. We are not doing nor wanting to do anything wrong. And we would invite you to the conclusion the licensing objectives, after all, this is a permissive legislation, perfectly can be said to be promoted by the grant of this license, conditioned appropriately. And by appropriately, I've invited your attention to the additional conditions that I have included, I think, at Agenda Pack A, and obviously in answer to questions that Councillor Stanton raised, a couple of additional topics there. But we say unashamedly, this is a legitimate application befitting the grant of a license, and that if you have any residual concerns, and there could only be concerns, there isn't sufficient evidence to allow for the conclusion that it's more than that, then the review enforcement protocols are more than sufficient to allay those concerns. We will have to be on our mettle if you're minded to grant it. We will have to deliver to the highest standards for fear that anyone says, I told you so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Now, deliberation. The committee will now retire to take its decision in a separate room. You are welcome to remain in the meeting to hear the committee's decision. However, this might take some time. If you don't want to wait, a summary decision will be published on Council's website tomorrow morning. Can I ask members to turn off their video, mute their microphone, and join in the private room?
Councillor, may I just ask, forgive me for interrupting, I'm going to wait, but and I suspect Mr. Hughes may wait, but would you mind, do we know that you might be, say, 20 minutes or quarter of an hour, just so I could use the facilities, make a cup of tea, that sort of thing? Would you give us a not before time? Sorry to ask.
1 minute. Adrian, have you got something to say?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to answer Mr. Hughes' question just about the notices around the ground. So we can see there were 4 extra notices put up around the ground. We can't say they were exactly every 50 meters. We didn't measure them, but from looking at it, it seems to be that the extra notices were there. So we were happy that the application was valid on in that respect.
Thank you, Adrian.
No
Thank
problem.
you, Adrian. Okay, for the question asked, can you allow us at least 35 minutes? We might come back before then, but at least, to be a little bit fair, 35 minutes, is that okay?
Yeah, may I intervene? I support what Mr. Phipps has said, but it may be that you and your colleagues may need a lot longer, having looked at it for 30 minutes. If it's going to go into the early hours of the morning, I'm going to be thrown out of my offices here shortly. So if it's going to go in another day, perhaps there could be an indication that you're going to come back tomorrow or another day to determine it.
Okay, in that case, I think, can I ask members? Well, let's put it this way. They will let you know how long we are going to be. We will come back to you today, definitely. But on reflection, I cannot say how many minutes it will take us. So have time to make a cup of tea, and we'll be back as soon as we have a decision. It might take us longer. So that's 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Hi, Councillor.
Can you see me? Yeah?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Okay. Summary of License Subcommittee, 8 November 2023. The Rose and Ball Chelsea Football Club. I can't make this if I... Sorry. The Rose and Ball Chelsea Football Club. Stamford Bridge, Stadium, Fulham Road, London, SW6, 1HS, the premises. The committee has considered an application for a new premises license for the sale of alcohol on premises only, the late night refreshment indoors under the Licensing Act 2003. The application, in summary, the committee has decided, after taking into account all the individual circumstances, this case and promotion of 4 licensing objectives, to 1, grant the application as follows. The sale of alcohol on premises only Monday to Sunday between the hours of 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The provision of late night refreshment indoors only Monday to Sunday between the hours of 23 hours to 12 p.m. midnight. The opening hours of the premises are Mondays to Sunday between the hours of 10 o'clock to midnight. 3, to add the license and condition proposed by applicant as amended by committee. The license become operational within immediate effect. If problems are experienced, then an application for review of premises license can be made. A copy of this committee's full decisions, including its reasons and full text of the condition added to the licensing, will be sent to the parties forthwith. If applicant is unhappy with the decision, they are entitled to appeal to the magistrate court within 21 days from the date of notification of the full decision. Thank you everyone for attending, and good night.
Thank you, Chair. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.